are you today? Sorry I'm running late. Okay, so I'm gonna try not to make live stream as long as yesterday. I'm gonna try to make it like half the time. But what I did do for this live stream is part of the reason I am late. Sorry about that, guys. I went ahead and made a little bingo game for us. So we can play bingo here. I've got 10 cards made. If you want to play, the link is in the description of this video to get your own card. And the way I'm going to do it is just use some shapes or mark it out. So what you can do is you go to the link online, and then it will let you, so the link is in the description of this video. And then when you click the link, it should take you somewhere kind of like this. And then you can click the top 3 buttons in the top of the menu. And what that's going to do is give you a download option. If you download all of it, it's going to download as a PDF, not a PDF file, as a zip file. So I would just pick the image you want. And so like say for example, you wanted page like 8. So then, yeah, I would download that as a picture, which it's doing now for me, for example. And then you can just edit that picture on your phone if you want to play. So now it's on my phone. And if I wanted to play, I would just edit it and maybe do either a marker or maybe do a sticker or something. So yeah, that's what you can do if you want to play. Let me use my face as a sticker. Anyway, so this one does come with a bingo card. So our agenda today, I'm going to address the comments on my YouTube channel. I'm just going to read them and address them in video today, and then I will be actually responding to them later and approving the things. So we'll start off with some commentary, then we're going to roll into, in Midwest live stream last night, he let us know and showed us there was a new toxic trend on TikTok video, so we watched that too yesterday in Midwest stream, and I felt like that's really relevant to the conversations we've been having, so I figured we'd play that next, and then after that we'll finish off the live with the Andrew Moreno, Abuela, and all of them, some commentary and video reaction from the Nobody TikTok channel. It is the you know how there's like a difference between like their username and the handle, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's like what the handle or whatever is like Nobody, but then like the actual username for the channel when you go search it is just Nobody 1996, and the 1996 are numbers. So I think that's that. I'm not for sure. I think I know who this is. Like, I don't actually know the person that I think I know who it is, and I've never talked to that person. But I think I'm assuming I know who it is based on their profile, which you can make your own assumptions too when we look at that. But I don't know for sure who it is, of course. And fucking, yeah, but they've got some evidence that I want to look at today on their profile. We're not going to look at everything because there's way too much here, but y'all see what I'm talking about when we get there. So anyway, I'm going to roll my fucking intro, and then we're going to get right on into it. Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexi or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com.
I'm muted. Okay. Oh, apparently the link is for exposure. Oh, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Yeah, if it does work for you, I don't know if it, because like on YouTube, you know, on my phone, the YouTube video will still play, and you can see the YouTube video while you do your card real quick. But on TikTok, that doesn't always work, but sometimes it still works for me on TikTok too. But yes, so exposure is the channel we'll be looking at. Thank you, exposure. And so yeah, we will be addressing all of that today. And so first of all, let's go ahead and start off with the comments that I haven't addressed yet on my channel. Is it bigger? So let me zoom in here. Is that right? Okay. So first of all, we've got Mumi Starr addressing on her Mumi Starr. I'm gonna reply to all of this and like it later, but we got Mumi Starr addressing on her Wilfredo Minguella video. Well, the video is one technically I did, but it's about her story and her family story. And so, yeah, so she commented on that one, basically clarifying that the two messages is the same message, but two different accounts he made to send the same message. So she responded the same way, and he kept making accounts of the same name and other names and send them the same message, like copy and paste to him, to her. What am I saying to him? To her, and a lot of her friends on her friend list is what she was saying here. And I'm going to pin that to this video so it's clarified and addressed there, and if you watch the video you'll know. And all of these videos that we're talking about here today, after this live stream ends, I'll go link the video that's referenced. Augusto said the wave roller set looked good to him. Thank you, Augusto, I appreciate that. Let's see here, and then we got the held comments. Okay, the exposure said glad somebody else is exposing Mono. Appreciate that. I will approve all of this later. I am going to approve these. But a trail de real let me know that there was a mute at 29:14. Thank you so much for that. I can timestamp that better. And at 44:29 was saying that they believe they want the pressure off themselves and to center themselves as the arbiter of justice. I believe that is just one of the reasons he wanted to do an egotistical, all-inclusive interview. I also believe she mentions that she was convincing people that she is an adult, while adults watched who knew they can exploit her, and since they knew they were dealing with a child but wouldn't mention it until they were caught, was because of their predatory behavior. She mentions many times that she was convincing the audience, and that would be her self-esteem issue front and center, since she does not have experience as an adult. She will reinforce what may be perceived as adult behavior by her speech and looks. I believe that's what may have happened and how she was exploited. I do not know how to pronounce this username. If I had to guess, I would say something along the lines of Dominépadifé. That's probably wrong as hell. Anyway, I do not know how to pronounce that. Apologies. It says, where's the video about the fake ID he made and the other tribes he's pretending to be, like his fake Kushada profile? So, part of this, when I first read it, I thought I knew that what this was talking about. And then as I kept writing it, I was like, wait, is there some other shit I don't know about? Like, I don't fucking know, y'all. So, basically, I know about the fake Mono ID thing, right? And I believe I covered, I forget which video I covered that in. Let's see. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. This one right here. I think I said it. That I couldn't verify. I was talking about it here. Oop, and I did an analysis here. So, I showed the ID. I will, when I respond, I will make sure I link this comment. You know what? I'll go ahead and answer that one. If I approve it, will it let me answer it now though? Okay, that's why I'm gonna figure that out later instead. Why isn't it showing for her? Whatever, that's annoying. Okay, I'll try to go figure out where the fuck that was and reply to that later. I don't fucking know. And so this right here, I'm making assumptions. So Nahimana had this conversation with me, and we had this conversation, yeah, like previously, basically. So that's why I'm wondering if this is Nahimana, but I don't know. But if it is, y'all already know how I feel about that. But basically, in a nutshell, in case you missed it, she and I weren't speaking at that time. We had our own falling out, and so I just stayed out of that situation in terms of stepping in to say anything for her, because she and I had our own issues. So, and also, I had been defending her, but I just didn't do it publicly. But you know, that's a different story. Like when people, I've disagreed with her comments. Like if she was claiming, you know, that in certain comments, allegedly, I don't have the proof, I didn't pull all this up. I disagree with some comments she made about the possibility of her potentially being white presenting and not experiencing some of the white privilege that comes with that. In a nutshell, that's not word for word what she said. I'm paraphrasing from my own perspective. I have had some disagreements with some of that commentary, right? But at the same time, I also believe that if she's actually like, because I give unless people give me reason to doubt them, and you have to say some, do or publish something that doesn't add up, or say some shit that really doesn't add up to me for me to then question your lineage. I've never questioned Nahimana's lineage based on what she says about history in Louisiana. I know is true. And for reference, you know, I've lived in New Orleans. I've lived in Metairie, New Orleans, and Slidell and everything since I was 11. No, 12. Since I was 12 years old. I was 12 when I moved. Sorry. Time. But anyway, so I understand from what I know of history, I believe that what she has said aligns with that. But so I've also said, you know, like, as is true with any case, there's a lot of people in Louisiana who claim a mixed native identity but aren't actually mixed native. And so I never said that applied to her because, you know, I don't know her lineage, but I have said basically, like, even if she does have that ancestry, I do believe she experiences white privilege from what I've seen online. And I believe I do. So it's nothing about, you know, being like, oh, she's a white woman. No, I believe mixed natives are still mixed natives. We're just also white presenting. Some of us, if you know, that do have that mixed ancestry. And there's nothing wrong with being that when you acknowledge what that white privilege is, because it is a fact. Like, I have to worry about my dad. So my, you know, just the fact, like my dad, he was a truck driver most of my life. He couldn't stop in certain towns. I've never had to think about what town I'm in when I step out to use the bathroom, but my dad does. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think there's a fact of the matter where if you don't look a certain way, like, you don't experience the same things in life. I have to worry about if my dad is going to get picked up by ICE. Like, I don't have to worry about if they're going to come take me. Why they look at me? You know? I think there's like a fact of the matter where some people who are having mixed ancestry, they don't recognize what the privileges in society that comes with that, you know? So that's like some of the criticisms I've had about her before, besides, you know, the other shit I've discussed, but whatever. But yeah, I also have said to Mono, to his face, multiple times that I didn't agree with the way he was talking to Nahimana. I've said that to him. Once I realized, like at first, in the first messages I showed you guys, I wasn't saying that shit yet because at that point, I hadn't seen anything of that nature because as y'all know, if you were there for that blow up, it happened over months. It was like a 3-4 month like kind of escalation in my opinion of information coming out about each other. And it wasn't until later that I actually was able to go watch everything that I was then like, ooh, no, you know? So yeah. And then here we've got this, and I'll approve Nahimana's comments later and Atrial and Exposure's comments. For the Van Hands, I'm probably going to reject this one because I just don't want commentary. I don't think I'll block him yet. I'm going to just remove the comment because I don't it might block him if he continues this rhetoric, but if he's just unaware of my lineage and thinking, like, look at this white bitch, like, without looking into the rest of my videos to see my lineage or my confirmation, you know, I can kind of understand, just in general, thinking a white woman is claiming a native identity and being triggered and being like, well, you're not actually native, because you know, you do see in America particularly, I don't know if it's the same in like Canada or the southern indigenous states, but I know in the United States particularly, I see all the time white people who are European descent try to claim they are natives of certain parts of United States. And so then when you're like, oh, so what tribe are you from? They're just like, oh, well, we're European, or like, you know, we're settlers, we've been here for hundreds of years, like, and so it's weird, right? Like, so I understand if that was their first reaction because they don't know me, they don't know my lineage. But yeah, what I'll do instead is in the comments of this video, I'll just link some other videos that I've done explaining my lineage. And I'm just not gonna approve that one video, one comment, because when you approve comments on your YouTube channel, it will expose your videos to people who have that same mindset as the vernacular and the keywords that are put into the comments on your channel. So some people, they will approve everything because of, you know, they want the engagement, they don't really care who sees it, they just want the audience reach. Some people, they approve everything because they see it as silencing people if they don't. I don't approve everything because I'm just going to try and cater who my message goes to. I don't think that I'm for everybody, and I don't think I should try to pretend like I am for everybody. You know, it's like, whatever, you don't have to be in my space then. So on this video, Exposure wanted to know if this was a real mug of him. And at first, when I first saw it, I was utterly convinced it had to be a real mugshot of the Andrew Moreno we've been discussing. But after, the more we look at it, I've been looking at it with other people too, and so it's like every now and then we're like, wait a minute, could that be him? But because it's like the same name, some of the facial features do line up and everything, but the more I look at it, like, from what I can tell of the photos available of him, I actually think there's a strong possibility it's not him. If it turned out to be him, I wouldn't be surprised, but we don't think it's him actually. But I just figured if these videos are ranking for that name online anyway, and if people are seeing this because of that name, then might as well get the word out, because they're actually from a similar area of California, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's just like, well, if people around that see this anyway, might as well have them have the word out on that, because, you know, what a coincidence, right? And so yeah, I think that's addressing all of the comments for now. I was gonna try to respond. Oh, okay, we got Nahimana saying, you don't have to lie on people for your videos. You totally twisted shit, and the issues you had with me were because of Andrew in the first place. Nahimana, you blocked me after the teaser thing. And you and I actually never discussed Andrew. She said, way to cover your ass on hanging with him until recently. I've already proven where I had him blocked. And that was in the Abuela live stream. I had Mono blocked by May 2024. There's proof right here. I've had Mono blocked May 26, 2024. I blocked them. Let's put that on the big screen. I unblocked him November 2025 because he was in the same panels as people. People are telling me he was pretty chill now, so I'm over here like, let me figure that out. And when you respond to this comment right here, Abuela, who has been in his space a lot, I deleted the comment, I think. Where was it? Hold on. right here, she said, keep your name. I'm not using you for clout, girl. You're the one who commented on my shit, and I addressed it. And when it comes to evidence of the way Mono mistreated, first you're mad that you're saying we didn't speak up enough about it. Then whenever I shared the videos, which is the only time you were mentioned in my live stream before yesterday, that's whenever you wanted to act like somehow I was bringing your name up when literally I was defending you. And I was telling people to go watch that for proof of how you were treated. Let's see here. I'm scrolling. Hold on. Apparently I can't view accounts before December 2023, which is unfortunate for me. Can anybody else see messages before December 2023? Apologies, I was looking to see if I had evidence of our last conversation. Nahimana, you said the only time I ever had your name out in my mouth was to tell Mono I didn't like the way he talked about you. Or the conversation I had with Flying Arrow. Flying Arrow was telling me that I needed to he was gonna block me and everything if I wasn't friends with who he wanted me to be friends with. And he was telling me that I needed to block Andrew because of you. And I literally said to him that I did not like the way that you had treated me. And that I had seen both you and Mono lie about each other and say a bunch of fucked up shit about each other. So I had no desire to get involved in that. That is what I told Flying Arrow. And I also told Flying Arrow I wanted he and I to stay out of it and still be friends, and I wished him well. I think there it is. I'm not lying. So we had each other blocked, so it just says user, and his responses are deleted, but just mine are here. But I'm gonna screenshot that. So this is from December 2023. All right. This is from December 2023. This was my message to Flying Arrow. I said, I only brought up Native identity because I told Mono not to invalidate Mauhi possibly being Native. Like I said, I said I disagree that the toxics are problematic or cause atrocities. So Flying Arrow wanted me to stop being friends with the toxic gatekeeper crew. And at that time I was like, look, I disagree with getting involved in that. So this is my message with Flying Arrow. I said I disagree that right here though I did defend you. I've been defending you, Nahimana, and you've still treated me like shit. I've still been trying to be nice to you. You still haven't been nice back. That's fine. You don't have to be if you don't like me, but I'm not lying. I actually did defend you over and over. This is from December 2023. I'm trying to zoom in, but it's being a little finicky. If I put this in Google Drive, it'll zoom in better. So I'll do that in a bit. But I said, I only brought up Native identity because I told Mono not to invalidate Mauhi, which is Nahimana, which is Dominépadifé. Said I disagree that the toxic gatekeepers are problematic or cause atrocities because me and Flying Arrow, he was basically telling me he didn't want me to be friends with them anymore. I was responding to that. Said everyone I've seen them speak to was tied to human rights issues and I find solace and value alignment in that. So we were talking about other things. What I said about Mauhi here was everything I saw so far is that Mauhi and Mono both appear to be in a consenting problematic online relationship where they both love bombed each other, and then when it went sour, they both continued to this day to go after the other. Because at that point, that is all I had seen posted. Okay? Like I said, it wasn't until after I saw other shit that I was like, oh damn, this is bad. Alright? And I hope you can understand that based on what was published. Now, let's see. I said I think calling Mono a pervert would be like if I accused you of being one. For example, I do not think you are one at all, but I'm trying to explain why to me it's not appropriate to use those words lightly. And it's not. At that time, the evidence hadn't come out. So when you are calling someone a pervert without evidence, then to me, I felt like that shouldn't be used lightly. At least show the evidence. And at that point, it wasn't shown to me yet, right? And so that's my thinking. And that's where I went from there as to why it was problematic. Let's see here. She said, stick to facts and stop focusing on me like everyone else. This is about lying ass Andrew. I'm going to get back to that, but you're the one who chose to comment, and I'm going to address it. If you don't want me to address your comments, please don't comment something and I won't reject it. And I won't respond to it. But if you keep commenting, then I will just have to remove you from the live stream because I'm not going to be able to continue or focus. She said, yes, it had, and I had evidence too. Well, I hadn't seen it because you and I were blocked from each other. You blocked me after the teaser situation. And that is a fact. And I didn't see this shit until later on when I would get posted on toxic TikTok trends, and I started watching that in 2024. This comment is from December 2023. I didn't start watching toxic TikTok trends until 2024, so I didn't see that shit. You and I weren't speaking. If you don't want me to address your comments, please don't comment anymore and I won't address them. Otherwise, don't say comments and then get mad at me for addressing them. I cannot find any of my messages before December 2023 are gone from toxic TikTok. I don't talk to BGP. I don't know BGP. I tried to find the evidence of our last conversation, but I cannot because before December 2023, it's not showing. But just want you to know, I actually did defend you years ago Even after I didn't like the way you treated me, I just didn't fucking talk to you because you and I weren't talking. And from my perspective, that's what happened. If you had a different perspective, you never communicated to me to know. You and I never talked about Andrew Moreno to this degree. Or like this. So yeah, I've tried finding it, but I have no evidence of our last conversation because for whatever reason it's not showing to me in TikTok. I think because we are blocked. Or something. But also, here is proof. I don't know if you can see right here. This is from February 12th, 2024. I had blocked this account. That's a Mono account. I had him blocked in February 2024. I've been having him blocked as soon as I realized. But you know how many accounts that dude has? How many places I had to block him from? I had him blocked on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. But anyway. And another thing, and then before I move on and continue on, Nahimana, I may have disagreed with things that you've said. I've never once called you a liar. Isla wants to keep exposing Andrew. Oh, she doesn't know who BGP is either. I know who BGP is. I just don't know her. I've never talked to her. I know who she is because of seeing her on Toxic TikTok. Brandy said, hi, boo. Shut off the comments. Augusto says, hi, just stopping by. I don't even want to shut off the comments. And to be honest, like, if I had negative intentions, like, I wouldn't have ever fucking defended her indigeneity. But anyway. And to be honest, I think the only reason people don't listen to her is because of her approach. So, y'all may have already seen this if you're watching from Midwest's live, because I know Midwest likes to stream on TikTok when I'm streaming sometimes. So if y'all have already seen this, Midwest, this is a good interlude for you. But I'm just going to watch this and add some commentary. In a nutshell, right here what we have is another Don Chuy live posted by Toxic TikTok Trends. And Toxic TikTok Trends, you know, they've been basically kind of like either capturing from the hallway or compiling clips sent to them or different things. Like, they've got a lot of clips from things. I don't agree with everything that they say with the AI voiceover thing, you know, but at the end of the day, they've got a lot of clips of shit and good evidence on things that people have said, and so I do keep watching them, even if I don't agree with everything that the commentary thing says. You get the point. But anyway, so in here, they talk a little bit more about some of the group chats we've been curious about, and Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out and make a list of who's been in what group chat. But yeah. Anyway. Let's see, I'm already hit play.
You guys got it's called the receipt bank.
Yeah.
And Loretta was on there trying to say, what is receipt?
Ah, shit. Yep, I was muted. Fucking, yeah, no, I'm basically over here, like, they said that I was clout chasing and that I need to focus on the live stream by Andrew's Lying's ass and keep Nahimana and Flying Arrow out my mouth. Y'all can stay out of my live stream then. Because here's the thing. I'm gonna just hide user on this channel. I was going to approve your comments. I was going to respond to your comments previously, you know, because if y'all were frustrated, I was going to allow you a space to vent. But what I'm not gonna do is sit there and, you know, y'all the ones detracting from this situation and then getting mad at me for responding to the comments you make. So don't do that. How about that? I'm going to continue speaking my truth about what occurred from my perspective. And if you want to engage civilly, then you can express yourself in a way that isn't necessarily like, you know, because it's one thing to have a different perspective on what happened, but for example, I don't know what, she never said shit to me about Andrew Moreno. We never had a conversation about any of that. She literally blocked me after the whole Nahimana situation. And that's actually in the messages between me and Mono. I was blocked by her at that time. And I said, yeah, she showed me how she was going to treat me. Because whenever all of that went down, Lakota goes to war and like Andrew were the only two that were standing up for me against all of those other people, right? And so that's how I started just like being friends with him in general at that time. And I feel like everybody's been friends with him. Almost, you literally, like Nahimana, you were sending him those types of messages attacking anybody that's ever on a good relationship standing with him, but you were at one point too. I just don't agree with this whole narrative of like people judging people for having been friends with someone at one point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing if someone is co-signing or supporting specific vernacular they are saying, and to have a problem with that, right? Versus if somebody is just fucking, you can't judge someone for being unaware of certain things. And my problem was a lot of people on TikTok, they don't just sit there and give the facts and give the information and show the evidence. Instead, what y'all do is come guns blazing and say, well, if you're friends with these people, you're a fucking piece of shit. But you don't tell people what went down. You don't tell people what happened. You don't show the evidence. Instead, you just make people feel bad and for being socializing, you know, for socializing. And that's what I was saying with the message. The way you went about that, that's why people didn't listen to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you really can't deny that's what happened, in my opinion. So yeah, and for context on all of that, check the Toxic TikTok Trends videos. They've got most of this shit documented. But yeah, fucking. So it's one thing to have a difference of opinion or whatever. But yeah, I'm still taking up for bitches that are still trying to like fucking. Let's see. Isla said, keep your head up. I appreciate you. Yeah. Nah, I don't know. That shit pissed me off. Because it's like, if you have a difference of opinion of what happened, that's fine. But don't sit up here and call me a liar. Like, what the fuck? Because here's another fucking thing. I'm going back to those damn text messages now. Okay, so there was a message he had sent about it all. Okay, so November 23rd, 2023, right here. Mauhi blocked me around the teaser situation, and then she unblocked me and sent me a message. I got a follow request from her, and I was unsure whether to accept it to see whether she says or not. This is from November 23rd, 2023. In case you are missing the date up on here. We were not speaking. So at this point, Andrew's saying she's trying to put me in a bad light and saying she's worse than teaser. She wants everyone to go against me, blah, blah, blah. And at that point, all of these people had gone against me, and I didn't understand why. And that playlist, I will link in the comments or the description, depending on where it needs to be if you want more context on the situation. So my mindset was, she was one of those people that blocked me as a result from that. And I said, well, she showed me who she was the first time. Because you already blocked me, and I didn't understand why. And at this point, Mona was saying, she said, fuck her, unblock her. And I said, and he said he's not going to block me. And I said, yeah, I feel like everyone did that. Because a bunch of people did. Mehishika apologized to me for it. And then right here, he's saying I was the only one, along with Lakota, who had your back. And that is true. when all of that went down, the only two people that stood up for me at all to anybody that I saw was Lakota Ghost of War and Andrew at the time. Because at that time, everybody was fucking friends with him still. And I said, I feel like, and he was telling me not to talk to Nahimana. I said, I feel like that's probably good advice because I'm still confused by what happened. I don't feel in a good headspace to talk to people I don't feel safe around anyway. And she said, right, she's only trying to befriend you, trying to get info on me because she's reaching for us at this point. And I said, I don't understand the swiftness to which people turn to complete animosity to someone. Like, I get struggling with my own anger and lashing out, and I don't mean to, but also what I see from some people feels different. Like, I don't know if it's just who they are or if it's a misplaced trauma response. Because all of the things that were said to me from that situation were fucked up, and people were fucked up to me. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fucking say how the fuck I feel, man. Like, I'm still, like, really upset about the way that I was treated in that situation. And I feel like I've been trying to still be very nice about it because I'm still trying to give these people grace that they've not given me. And so for people to act like there's something wrong with me or that I'm lying for speaking my truth on what happened with that, I don't have the direct evidence of the Nahimana and I conversation. I don't know why. There's not a single message in my phone before December 2023 on TikTok. I don't know if if it's like because of accounts being banned, because you know Nahimana goes through a bunch of accounts. Or what, but the message is not fucking there, so I can't show that. But I did show what I had said to Flying Arrow about her. And that's the only fucking reason I mentioned him. Because she said I was lying about what happened at the time, but I can prove the documentation that I have for it. Which would be these messages were November 2023, and then what I said to Flying Arrow was December 2023. I wasn't watching the toxic TikTok videos till 2024. So, and what I also have been saying is everything he said about Nahimana backs up what he says about every fucking woman he falls out with. And I do think there's something to be said when you're the first person that speaks out about trauma and everything. You don't have other people's experiences there to back you up, so you're not as likely to be taken seriously. Versus once so many people come out over the years, and once a certain amount of things happen, then more people take you seriously. My approach, all I've been doing is putting up the screenshots and the evidence that I have, and giving you guys my opinion on what occurred based on my perspective. I feel that if Nahimana tried that approach with her commentary on the situation, more people would listen to her, and I hope you do that and get your story out, whatever perspective you have, you know? I think part of the reason she was unheard was partly because no one else had a frame of reference for proof of this happening. And part of it was because of the way that they don't just sit there and say, hey, this is my issue, X, Y, and Z. Instead, they come on and they're like, well, you're automatically a liar. You're automatically just clout chasing because you're saying things, right? And I think, how would you feel, Nahimana, if people said you were clout chasing for telling your story? You know, like, I don't think that's appropriate. Like, I support you telling your story. I haven't agreed with everything you've said or done, but I've never dismissed you or degraded your truth the way that I feel you've done mine, which is why I removed your comments, your ability to comment, at this time, you know, so yeah, and whoever the fuck else that was, I don't know who the fuck that was. And if it was Flying Arrow that said that other thing, like, dude, I was still trying to be friends with Flying Arrow. My last words to him was, I wish you well. Like, I wanted to just stay chill. Me saying that I have an opinion with what occurred with this concept isn't me trying to talk shit about you or bring your name through the mud or none of that. I'm just saying this is the proof I had for what was going down at that time. This was my perspective then. If you had a different perspective, it was never communicated to me, so I'm not aware of it. And I wish you would have communicated to me what your fucking issue is instead of just telling me that my perspective is a complete lie. It's okay if you think my perspective is wrong because you have your own, but I don't agree with you sitting here telling me that I'm lying, because what the fuck did I lie about? I had said previously, she ignored me. So yeah. Anyway. Now we're going to get back to this. I'm going to start this video over. And we're going to actually watch it. I'm going to put it on 1.5 speed.
You guys got a, it's called the receipt bank.
Yeah.
And Lorena was on there trying to say, what does receipt bank sound like? It sounds like spank bank.
Wow.
And that you basically
only their dirty-ass minded masses would say something like that.
Apparently you guys got pictures of everybody's kids and you guys are spanking it to them, according to Lorena, right? Of this receipt bank. Nobody showed me a single screenshot. No one's shown me a recording of it. No one's shown me so far. The only person who I've heard say it is Native Mamas and Tilika and Andrew. They're the only ones I've heard saying this, and not one of them has produced a receipt. And, you know, allegedly my kids are on there too. You guys got my kids on there too. You know?
Yeah,
So,
no, that never happened. He only said
Never.
that on Laughing Hyenas Live when Toxic Mamas joined. He was like, I know we're not cool like that, but what you and Tilika are saying is true. They do have pictures of people's kids, and that's why he said he's from his words. He said that's why he left the group. But like I said, if they do their math and look at the timeline, he was still in the group when those rumors were going around. So it doesn't even make any sense.
yeah, and also allegedly, I knew that you weren't 18 when you came around, right? And then they're trying to make it seem like everybody, and even though you were telling us that you're 18, right? That's still bad, because like we shouldn't be talking to you at all. Like right now, we shouldn't be talking to you right now because you're only 18, and like what reason do we have to talk? Anyone who talks to you because you're 18 is we're just like Mono. We're all perverts. We're all trying to holler at you. Well, what, like they're asking me, what reason do you have to talk to an 18-year-old girl? And I was like, dude, this girl who says she's 18 comes, like, seeks out Native American people on TikTok and says, hey, my community's been lying to me. They've been telling me that I'm supposed to be native and that black people are the real natives, and they're trying to lie to me about my history. So she came to us to ask us, what's the truth? What's the truth about Native people? What's the truth about African American people? So like these Wabos are sitting here teaching their kids from home.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. I know who my people are. I know I'm from Africa.
I know. What I mean is, like, when we first met you, you were talking about how, you know, say there's a lot of people trying to lie and say that they're native. I'm not saying that you believed it. I'm saying, but you were aware of it, right? And you came to us like, what's the truth? Because I'm hearing this, and I know it's not true. So why don't you tell us? I want to hear from you guys. So like, if a young,
I've been knew the truth. That's not what it is. When Fake Mono met me or whatever, I told him that I just found out that I had Creek ancestry, but I've been knew that, like, obviously Africans are not the original. I've been knew that. That's why I was going on panels, you know, offending natives, because that's not right. But
well, that's what I mean. That's what. So like, if a young African American person comes into a native live, and she wants to like help combat the Wabo nonsense, and also at the same time learn the real history of her heritage and the real, and like because we knew a lot about it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you want to learn, I'd rather you learn from us. And like, I'm not saying you didn't know anything, but like, if
wasn't Legal CC in a relationship with an 18-year-old?
He was 23.
This is exactly why I call Mateo anti-black.
So I was unaware of all of that. Legal CC being in a relationship with a 23-year-old, and I don't know how old Legal CC is though, for context.
He's cool with manipulating a child into doing his anti-black bidding, trying to use the girl to go after other black people so he can maintain possible deniability online.
Oh, he was 23. How old was she? 50?
50.
Yeah, that's not weird. Yeah, that's not weird.
No, that's complete. Bro. And she never used a strap on him, so.
Wow.
She never did. She never did.
I mean, in my opinion, on that,
I remember her saying that she used the strap on.
Yeah, no, she used it on Woken.
She was pitching?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she used it on Woken, but still, she used it.
Batter that, play balls.
Little freaky ass old ass.
You know that song? You know that song "Regulators" by Warren G and Fate Dog? That's Legal CC's theme song, bro. Just the
Regulators!
intro's like you gotta be handy with the
Mount up.
skill, if you know what I mean. You
You know what
can't
I
just be
mean?
any punk off the street.
That's crazy.
I get what
That
you're
actually
saying,
comes
you
from
know.
the Young Guns movie, just so you guys know.
Yep, it is.
But you know what I'm
Definitely
saying,
enough.
Tiana, like that's like if a young African American person wants to join Native TikTok and to help us like combat the misinformation and also the
Not only that, bro, there's nothing wrong with talking on a social media platform with people who are 18 years old, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
we're not being inappropriate with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's here. You know, if she had an issue about anybody else being inappropriate with her, she'll say it. She ain't got no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else was inappropriate with her, but fake mono. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah,
just
I
like
don't want anybody
for
to say
them,
something like that.
for them to try to use that to invalidate us, bro, and make us seem like we're wrong or demonize us in some type of evil way, bro. That's on them, bro. Like I ain't got nothing to hide. Like I said earlier, come look at my Snapchats. Come look. If them people come and ask me questions, I'm cooperating with them, bro. I ain't got nothing to hide. I ain't never been inappropriate with Miss Black, bro. That's not my style. I don't get down like that.
I've
And
already said that too.
nobody can ever provide a receipt of me being inappropriate with anybody and me saving no pictures and no kids, bro.
I've been said that, like, nobody in this group has been inappropriate with me but him. But
You have to side-eye anyone who is 30 plus trying to rationalize talking to an 18-year-old who is still in high school and lives with their parents still. To everyone watching this video, ask yourself this: how many of you would genuinely feel comfortable with your 18-year-old child talking to random men in their 40s or older on the internet? Does the excuse, nothing inappropriate is happening, really make sense? Predators do not start by being overtly inappropriate. They begin by approaching adolescence under the guise of harmless interaction, gradually building access and trust before escalation occurs. And trying to use the rationale that she chose to join TikTok lives with men in their 40s is not a valid defense. Her manner of speaking and her inability to recognize that she was being groomed by Andrew Moreno highlights her adolescent reasoning. The lack of awareness is precisely because her brain, particularly the frontal lobe responsible for judgment and risk assessment, is not yet fully developed.
fake mono, and like I said, like, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but it's like, I am a legal adult now, so it's like you said, there's nothing wrong with me, you know, being on panels with them and conversating with them, you know, fighting wobbles or whatever like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they keep trying to make it seem like, oh, well, why are they still even in communication with her? Like, it's a difference. If I was still 17, then yeah, I get it, but I'm 18. I just turned 18 last month, so it's like nobody's here is being inappropriate with each other or me. The only person that was being inappropriate was him, and he's out of the group. He's out of the spaces, and there's not even a group anymore. But like, he's out of the spaces, so like, they keep trying to give everybody here backlash, but they're not giving him enough backlash, and that's why
giving them legal advice. Like, what the fuck type of shit is that?
yeah, and that's why I said what I said. That's why I said, like, anybody who wants to cut ties with me, not anybody, but like fuckers who said they want to cut ties with me. Hey, that's why I told her, dude, hey, you do what you want. Like, I think my issue with this is that he made it seem like that he was obligated or forced to. When I first told him about the situation, and I'm talking about Manny, when I first told him about the situation, I told him, you know, if you do cut ties, I totally understand.
Yep.
I just don't like when I don't like when he makes it
And it
seem
should have
like
been over after that.
Yeah,
It should have been deaded at right after that, you know. But
then we had a conversation, and I told him that I told him that I said, when I told him the situation with fake mono, he was like, oh, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, and if you want to cut ties with me because you want nothing to do with the situation, I said, that's perfectly fine. I understand that. I can't get mad at you for that, and I can't blame you for that. I said, so I totally understand. And he still decided to, you know, stick around on the panels and stuff. So like, that night, I just don't know where it went wrong. Like, that's why I was like, dude, you make it seem like somebody's forcing you to stay in spaces with me. Nobody is. And I told him, if you do want to cut ties, I don't blame you. Like, I understand if you don't want nothing to do with the situation because it's kind of, you know, negative energy. Like, I get that. So I just don't like when he makes it seem like that. I like, as if I'm forcing him to just stay around. Like, nobody is.
And with that, the second half of her story is now available on YouTube.
I'm muted. So I disagree where, like, so they're talking about how no one should be giving Muno legal advice and all of that, but at the same time, none of them are looking at what would be good legal advice for her, which would for her to not be on the live streams. At this point, I think the reason it's okay to continue exposing this is because even if that messes up the case in terms of her being on the live stream, we can't control that. That's already done. So because that damage or possible damage is done, I think by sharing what happened or these statements, that's how you can put the evidence out there. Because when you're just going and you're calling someone names and you're not showing the evidence for why you think these things about them, then it looks like you're just insulting them for no reason, or because there's bad energy between you. Versus when you can point to specific exhibits and specific messages and documentation that you have for your problem with people or for your mindset at a time, that's when you, in my opinion, can get more people to pay attention to it. Because if I just sit here and, for example, Isla is my friend, but if I just sit here and I'm just like, Isla is such a fucking bitch, people are gonna be like, okay, Lexi, way to turn on Isla, what the fuck? Versus if I sit here and I'm like, Isla made fun of my dead grandparents, people would be like, damn, Isla, why the fuck would you do that? And if I showed a screenshot of Isla doing that, right? Isla would never do that, but examples, you know? They're like imagine the difference in what people are going to take seriously or listen to or perceive as something, you know? And I think everybody though gets to have their own perspective on a situation. And so people don't agree with me, that's fine. Like, I can be wrong, but I'm always going to be telling you what I believe to be true in a given moment. So I might be wrong, but I'm letting you know what I believe is true. So yeah, fucking, let's see here. I've been watching a lot of hair videos, so I'm really entertained by the, suggested content here. But this video, when justice becomes an excuse, adults, teens, and the dark side of TikTok, it's linked in the description of the video. So yeah. Next up, I don't know if you guys have your TikTok bingo cards ready to go, but yeah, let me find a element real quick. Let me get a circle so I can mark my card off. Perfect. Wrong button. So I'm gonna be playing some bingo. Feel free to join if you get bored. I think I'm just gonna do this card. Okay. So what I'm probably gonna be doing is, so we're gonna be using Just Nobody's TikTok page, and I'll probably be what I think I'm gonna do is whenever they make certain statements, I'm then gonna pull up my evidence regarding those statements is what I'm most likely gonna be doing with this live stream, I think. So it's gonna be a mix of new information from these guys with a replay of what we've covered before, because a lot of what they're addressing, we've already shown you guys the source material and the evidence for, and that's why they're upset, is because I put the screenshots and the recordings that I do have out there. Oh, I'm burping Dr. Pepper. And so we've got CEO saying hi. What am I saying? CEO saying hi. Hemi saying CEO, apologies, and then I was gonna say hi. My fucking brain is weird right now. What's up? So yeah. So I don't know what order these, I'm gonna just watch them in the order that they were posted. I don't know when this live stream occurred or when it happened, or anything like that, but we're just gonna go for it. So what I think I'm gonna do is try pulling up my live captioner and seeing if we can get that on for here. And then let me see if I can add that. Okay. I'm gonna try this extra live captioner situation.
When her boyfriend is 21 and she's 50 years old.
50 plus, 55. 55.
Right. She was 50 back then. Yeah.
53
Wow.
back then. He was 53, dating a 19-year-old. Now he's 21, because this happened 2 years ago.
So who are they talking about right here is what I want to know. Like, so I'm wondering if they're talking about legal CC in them right here. If so, I think that's pretty fucked up power dynamics there. But I'm also wondering, how is somebody who is allegedly defending the idea of talking to a 19-year-old, how is that person sitting here and wanting to judge this situation too, but not understanding the problem between them? And mind you, these are the messages, let's see, that Mona was sending that we've already done our reading on, so I'm not gonna keep going, but in my opinion, he was supporting the idea of like getting with a 19-year-old. He said 19 is legal age to date, and then he was saying, what age did Taino woman get married before Columbus? I'll wait. 19 is a legal adult. So he's sitting here trying to defend the idea of getting with a 19-year-old and saying it's morally and ethically wrong to be dating someone that young. Andrew Moreno Mona was saying, by whose standards, the white man? He was like defending in these messages the idea of being with someone that young and saying very fucked up things about my sexual assault. And those messages are covered more in detail in the video, What Does the Mono Brand Represent? Can Andrew Moreno own the brand for the Mono tribe? More details of those messages are in here. And so, yeah, I just find it very interesting, like, given those messages, how he wants to then act, you know, that way, but he doesn't understand why his messages were wrong and why his behavior is wrong. I'm like forgetting where the fuck I am. Too many things open. Okay, let's get back to this.
They're still together, and she's 55.
Yeah.
But they
So
don't bring that
actually,
up.
Basically,
right,
dating his
they're
son.
protesting so hard. Her grandson protesting so hard, but
Yeah.
they're up there with her. She's even saying, we're gonna put in a report and proper documents, and another thing, she works in the legal system. Why hasn't she reported this child abuse on Tiana? Because that
My bad. I fucking hate when I'm fucking muted. Anyway, I was saying legally, when it comes to somebody being 18, other people may be able to file reports on their behalf because they are under 18. And so it is then normalized for people to file reports on behalf of minors for the well-being and safety of the community, right? But once someone reaches the legal age of consent in their state, and let's just go ahead and summarize it with the with the label 18, but it could be 16, 17, 18, depending on depending on your state. But let's just say, for example, 18 is the legal age of which they have to then file their own report, right? If that's the case with Tiana, I believe only Tiana can file her report. Like, people would have had to file on her behalf before she turned 18, if they were going to do that. And this wasn't made public until after she turned 18, to my knowledge. So I feel like I don't understand where they're going here. And I don't know if they understand that either.
that's what they would ask for legal, right? Any police officer is going to ask you, why haven't you reported this? Any attorney, any judge is going to ask you.
Oh, wait a minute. Legal CC. Didn't she rip off Hollywood Taco Texas too for like $1,000 or some shit like that? Whatever.
Yeah.
Like Over
It
500
was
bucks?
it was more than that. It was
No, it
2,500.
was a considerable amount of money because he was pissed. He made a live on
2,500.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Ripped them
Native
off.
yeah, all of them. Native Mamas, Midwest. Legal CC's boyfriend is 21 years old.
Okay, Saint with the rock. What you got to say now?
That doesn't even make sense. They're on the panel with someone.
She who has no sin cast the first stone. She's over there casting stone, but she's a sinner deluxe. He asked me.
I feel like this narrative just kind of perpetuates victim blaming. I feel like all of these people are involved where on both the Tiana side and the Andrew Moreno side, both of them have different people, like basically trying to publicly coddle them online about the issue one way or the other. And on both communities, they are saying things that make any legal case they have worse for each other. Like, Abuela saying these things makes Andrew Moreno look more guilty, in my opinion. Because it looks like victim blaming. It looks like antagonizing a teenager, you know? And then where Chuy had Tiana on his panel basically jeopardizes her credibility in the court, because now instead of having oh yeah, Hemi said that a state would take over if a minor is involved. I agree. But because now instead of having fucking the attorney's ability to preface all of these issues with reasons as to why she felt pressured and things of that nature, and kind of helped her with the way she articulated it to the judge so they understood her mental process better in the moment, it would help people understand what she was going through, and the attorney would be able to give her the information she needs to communicate in order to maintain her credibility while still disclosing all the facts. Versus, I believe Don Chuy just letting her say these things then gives Andrew's team room to go and discredit her with some of the things not lining up, along with her basically admitting she lied to everybody about her age. But at the same time, the similarities in that story, as well as with the Teenager 2 story, are very interesting to me, because I feel like story one, and being outed for that isn't enough to prevent what was said related to Teenager 2. So yeah, we'll keep going.
Now, who's next on that list?
Let's go with we can go with Isla.
Isla. Do you want me to go first, or
Yes,
all these
ma'am.
people? Right. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Please do.
you know, I was friends with Isla when Isla came to TikTok. She was fresh too. Came on panels. I love the way she spoke. I love how she's very active. She's an activist. She knows a lot about the government. I'm of course connected to Mono and Manny's live. She started following Manny. I thought she had a crush on Manny, right? She started going to his lives more and more. I was blocked by Ample, so I couldn't go to those lives. But I know, like, you know how like TikTok cross references you. You know what I'm saying? Like to follow.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so she was up there with Manny. She was a mod. I think she had a crush on Manny. She came into the group. I know why, because she spoke very well. She articulates herself. She's very knowledgeable about the government. They accepted her in the group, right? She was in the group. Um, Later, I noticed I was still friends with her. Me and her, we were cool. You know what I mean? She somehow, I don't know, because I was not in the group. Maybe you guys want to talk about it because you guys were in the group. But somehow, she she told me she had a friendship with Mono, which is like brother and sister kind of thing. Now, what happened here, from what I gather of Isla, is she had more feelings for Mono. She got strong. She developed strong feelings for Mono. You know, that's what I got from the conversation. And she was hurt because Mono talks to many. Can I say, Mono, that you talk to many women? That you talk to women? Or does that sound weird? You talk to women. You know what I'm saying? Because this is another thing.
I don't want to say I talk to women because not in a sense of.
Not like that, right? Right.
But I have friendships, many friendships.
Right.
Online friendships, yeah. But to talk to women.
He's a single man. He's not married. He's not engaged. So if he wants to talk to women, he can talk to all the fucking women he wants. He doesn't know any explanation to anybody. He's a single man.
Right.
So yeah,
and then right. And then
So right here though, I wonder if, so let's see here, let me show you guys. I just want it on. God damn it.
Hi, my name is.
Oops, wrong button. Okay, so I'm trying to get to this screen. Where is the screen clear? I don't know if I got a clear screenshot of this. Oh, that's as close as it's gonna get. Anyway, so basically Cyber had told us that Andrew said that he was 27. And then Cyber told us that she was going to tell him and the group that it wasn't true that she told us that. So here's proof that we were told by her that he was 27. And then let's see here. Apologies, let me find the other. I should have labeled all this better. So here she was telling us Isla confronted Cyber and said that Mono had told her that Cyber never told us that they were in a relationship. And Cyber was saying, don't show proof that she said that. Isla said she was very confused about this. And then they discussed that this was private information, etc. And Isla said she doesn't know why he's denying it then. And Cyber probably said no to you because he doesn't know well and didn't know that she had told us. And that if anyone asked, he was going to say no. So, and then Mono made this post.
I want you all to myself, I swear. You don't need nobody else, I swear. I want you all to myself because I'm selfish.
I think it was in this live stream. Or maybe the one before. It was either this one or the one before. Let me see. I don't know why I thought I covered this in one of the streams. I'm just seeing if I can find it. Oh, no. Okay, I guess not. Does anybody remember when I covered this video? Because I could have sworn I covered it. Well, that's unfortunate for me. Okay, I'm going to see if I can find it. Oh, found it. So this is proof that he posted it right here. So I'm just putting that out there. Like, I don't want no bullshit, no people claiming that I made this video up. No. And so he's posting this type of shit, these types of videos with their emojis like this. Cyber Cheese is claiming that they're in a relationship. And I do believe that previously Andrew cited Cyber as a good source, if I'm not mistaken. And so, yeah. And mind you, also, we have a clip here where Mono says, "Back to you, my caramel." And he also said, the captioner said, "Just you, my baby," to her as well. So, yeah, I'm just putting that out there. Let's see if we can roll the clips on that. Let's see here.
So, back to you, my caramel. How are you, Cyber Cheese?
I don't know if y'all could even hear that. But basically he had said, "Back to you, my caramel."
So, back to you, my caramel.
So here he said, "So back to you, my caramel." And then here, I'm pretty sure they were calling her rotten caramel, and then Mono calls him his caramel queen and says, "And back to you, my baby," or something.
No, my caramel queen's up there. Yes, just you, baby. Hello.
Yeah, he said, "No, my caramel queen's up there, just you, baby," to her. Okay, and then they try to act like that's not them being together. That's very interesting to me in terms of social signals, right? So I don't know what's true or not in terms of are they or aren't they continuing to be together, but you can understand why I ever thought they were, right? And I'm pretty sure in one of the clips I have of Mono, he was saying that Cyber was a good source as well. And I think they also called the teenager too his wifey and things of that nature. So I'm just putting all that out there. Yeah. Anyway, back to this reaction.
The mission here is to gather people together as an indigenous family, tribes, to get to know each other. So yes, we're going to have a lot of male friends. We're going to have girlfriends. That's what the group is. If people hook up, then that's what the hell happens. People hook up, okay? That's what happens, right? We're human beings. We're not perfect. It happens, of course. So people are attracted to each other. They hook up, whatever. Let's be adults about it. You need to be an adult about it, because on top of that, like Abuela said, he's single and he can talk to women. That's what dating is. See, Isla is 32 years old. So for somehow, somewhere, she developed feelings, very strong feelings.
Here they're talking about being an adult, about dating, and they're then referencing Isla and saying Isla is 32 years old and all of that, right? That's what is being said here. And let's see here. Where was it? I thought I fucking... I could have sworn that I saved this. Oh, god damn it. I really should have done this in a better way. Oh, it's right here. Okay, yeah. And so KB was trying to claim, that fucking... She never said this, right? So let's see here. So, right here, Isla said, the attack on Andrew in regards to his continuing of chasing young girls, ? What attack has been launched on you? And if you work for a place that advocates for children, why on earth still going live with Andrew? Also, why did that equal you fabricating a story in regards to our phone call? And so, yeah. And she was addressing, because Isla was saying that they had talked on the phone, and that meant she was in love. So right here, KB had been saying that they talked on the phone, and she was basically trying to act as if Isla was in love with Mono or some shit like that in this live stream here that we just listened, in my opinion, from what we just heard. And so right here, Isla addresses that, like, why did you fabricate that phone call? And all of that. So yeah. And then KB said, no, I never said that. I would not stand by anything that is not correct. Andy has no criminal background. And then back down here, we'll get to all of this later. Isla, or we had already had, but Isla said, and you still have not answered why the hell you would make it up. I told you I was in love with him. And then she said, no, you did not say you were in love. I'm sorry if that's how it sounded. I felt your feelings were involved. Isla said, feelings as a friend, not the way you portrayed it yesterday. Not trying to be rude, but hell no. Right? And, yeah. And then they're saying, KB said, is admitting that it might be a moral issue. So if you admit it's a moral issue, why are you still standing by it? Because that's been our whole fucking issue. And then here she's saying, but it's a moral issue. Maybe to some people it's a matter of opinions, which means it's kind of sounding like she supports it, which is fucked up, right? And all of that. So she was denying, basically, you know, at first she was denying ever said anything, and then she was basically saying, oh, I felt like your feelings were involved? What the fuck? It was really weird. But you don't think your feelings are involved, KB? Because why the fuck would you double down so hard for somebody who talks to teenagers? But then again, you just said it's only some people think it's a moral issue, huh? Isn't that what you said? You're saying it's a matter of opinions? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right. Interesting.
She had a boyfriend that maybe it was an option. That's what the fuck dating is, okay? If you don't have a ring, if you haven't walked down the aisle, people sometimes move on. Sometimes people develop it. It was, you know what I mean? Like, you're not feeling it with this person, you're feeling it with the other person. That's what she was doing. She had an option with this guy. Maybe it's not going well. But somehow she developed very strong feelings for Mono. This is more like a personal thing because I had a personal conversation with her. And out of nowhere, out of the blue, remember I told you guys, she was just like, oh, Mono's sister lives in Texas. Like, are you okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, Isla, you know, Earth to Islam over here. She was just out of focus because Mono was just not interested, you know? She took it too hard. So for her, jabbing is more like a personal thing. She fell in love, or she had very strong feelings. He's not ready. Some men are not ready. You know, some women, they need to learn how to date. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's hurtful, sometimes it's not hurtful. But you guys, if you cannot fucking deal with like the circle of dating, it's fucking get out. Don't do it, you know? But
So, there's rumors going around that KB and Mono were dating. I don't know if that's true or not. But if that is true, I feel like KB is potentially projecting her own intentions and things like that onto Isla. Isla never had any intention like that towards Andrew. She's been doing her own new relationship lately the last couple months, and so they're doing well. I don't know if that's like okay to say, but you know, so I feel like this is very odd, a very odd post to make right here. Yeah, and Exposure said, ew, I agree. And so, and then let's also take note here. So this is what we think they're referring to, what Isla thinks it could be, because any rest of the conversation is just not on this level. It's just, you know, so the closest thing potentially could be where Mono sent a picture of himself, and it says, my new picture. You look so beautiful in your new videos, by the way. And this is from Mono to Isla. And Isla responded, hey, looking good and thank you. That's not flirting. And if you think that's flirting, I feel bad for you. In my opinion. So I feel like that's, when someone compliments you, it's genuinely pretty common to reciprocate. And it looks like he was fishing for comments, like, look at me in my new picture. Well, what would the correct response be then? Hey, you look like shit, bitch, fuck you. Like, that's not very friendly now, is it? You know? So they're mad if you're friendly, then they say you're flirting and don't know how to date. But then if you call out and try to hold them accountable for what you have a problem with, then they want to say, oh, you're just attacking. Well, maybe they should learn how to take accountability. They're over here telling people to learn how to date that aren't even trying to date them. You know what I mean? It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Like, where the fuck, you, in my opinion, it's kind of sad if you think that's dating, that's flirting. That's, like, has no one ever flirted with you before? That's sad. It's real sad. Anyway. just putting that out there. I honestly think that KB is literally just somehow feeling upset about the idea that anybody else might be in competition with her for the attention of Mono, in my opinion, based on how she attacks Isla just for wanting to have friends. That's just my opinion. But maybe I'm wrong for thinking that, but you know.
He didn't choose her. He didn't choose her. And that hurt her deeply.
Does anyone ever wonder if KB wants to be chosen by Mono, and is that her self-projecting right now?
So part of this is she's attacking him because she's so hurt. And as a woman, I reached out. As a woman, I understand. I'm like, you know what I mean? I let her vent. And as a woman, I know when that feeling when you get, you know what I mean? Like it fucks with your self-esteem. It fucks with, nobody wants you. You know, it fucks with your mental health. It all depends how stable you are. So I feel like it's a personal thing. She's attacking, not necessarily because Cyber Cheese is 19, not because of any age difference. Is Mono didn't choose her. And I think it's very clear.
Yeah. And then over here we've got Exposure agreeing that she personally, that he, I don't know why I said she, I was thinking of KB, which is why I said she. Exposure agreed that he thinks, or he or she, I don't know who Exposure is, that Exposure thinks KB just wants to be acknowledged, but we could be wrong. But yeah, I agree. And the only reason I think that is because of in previous live streams that we covered, I think it was in this one right here, if we search the transcript for KB, right here. So Mono was talking about her. Hold on. Okay, it's loading. Oh, Exposure is a guy. Hi, guy. I'm just gonna try hit and refresh. Okay, here we go. Text with her in February. She is telling me she is a grown adult with ID and all. I showed KB, she saw my proof. And Fleurette was like, holy crap, Isla left. And Mono said I told her not to show it on a live. And then Fleurette said we lost Isla's support. And then they have this, and then Mono said that hurts, but this is what they wanted, to cause division and separation. He really wanted Isla away from us. Chuy told her, text with her in February. She is telling me she is a grown adult with ID and all. I showed KB, she saw my proof.
But you had a fucking problem because I'm hanging out with KB and Woken. That's when you had a problem. That was your problem. It wasn't a problem until I hung out. You said they're the ops. That KB and Woken are the ops. How dare I hang out with them? Did I say anything? You hanging out with Don Chuy and them? I didn't say nothing to you. I never bothered you. I never harassed you. I never threatened you. You even said it on the live. I never made any threats. She said it in the recording I watched. No, Don Chuy was trying to get it out of her. I think she forgot about that rehearsing. I think she was supposed to say yes, right? Because he was so anticipating that. Did in any way, did he threaten you? You know what I mean? She couldn't say yeah, bro. She couldn't say yeah, bro. She wanted to say it, but she couldn't say it. Because she probably thought about, oh man, if I...
So yeah, so I don't know, where he's basically kind of doubling down on like, I'm choosing KB over here, you know? So I feel like that's kind of where KB is self-projecting that narrative from, based on what KB was, the attention KB was wanting, I think, in my opinion.
She's attacking because she got rejected. She's attacking because she was not the preferred person on Mono's list. She's jealous. She got jealous because Mono chose to speak to someone else more than her.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. And even her old man, Res Runner, nobody knew that they were together. And I do believe that him suspect.
Okay, that's not true, because back in November, Isla, I did not ask permission if I could share this, so I'm not going to share this without permission unless Isla says I can in the comments. But Isla had literally posted back in November that they were together. So the fuck are they talking about? Like, Isla's been posting when they're together. So, oh, here's the post right here. I got it pulled up. Yeah, that was November 20th. Yep. I don't believe, and if you see the picture too, it's even funnier that they want to try and call her white. Like, oh my god. But anyway, fucking, I don't know. I don't, if I get permission, I'll show that picture, that proof. But you know what? I'm not even gonna share. Oh, she said share it. Okay, great. We sharing this shit then. Well, fuck. Okay, I need to screenshot it. I didn't screenshot it, but this is the picture right here on TikTok. Do we see the date? Let's make this bigger. Do we see the date here? There it is. Okay, and this is who they're trying to call a white woman. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. No, not a white woman. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They're trying to call her a white woman? Oh my god. Anyway. I should have posted a screenshot. We'll review that screenshot again at the end better. But yeah, this altercation, because the way she actually talks to her boyfriend is so much more loving and everything, like, you can tell. I just feel like there's a reason that they make statements without proof for it, right? And it's one thing if something happened so long ago that now you don't have the proof, but everything they're speaking on is within the last few months. So what's the excuse for, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing, it's impossible for you to literally have the storage to screenshot everything. But yeah, Exposure said if it's any of my stuff towards Mono, go ahead, the guy needs to be exposed. I appreciate you. Yeah, we'll be keeping going. But yeah, it's one thing, you know, if you don't have proof of something because it happened so long ago, but you're just going to speak on your lived experience anyway, I support that. Versus when there are things that are being said and there's evidence that is shown and you can't refute the evidence, and then you're making statements that you know there's no evidence for because you know it didn't happen. That's kind of fucked up, you know what I mean? And yeah, and in the screenshots, KB was denying to Isla that she had put it off this way at first, and then she was like, well, I just felt like you had feelings. KB admits that she's projecting her own feelings onto what Isla has, not that it's what Isla actually said. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. But that's just me. Okay. Let's get back here.
That there was something funny going on, he put out the information that they were a couple. And I get the feeling that she didn't like that he put out the information that they were a couple.
Shit, I was muted. Isla actually posted that they were together before he did, so I don't know where they're getting that narrative from.
And Isla is a very smart woman. Like I say, she has current events on the government, Trump and all political stuff. So if she felt so strong about this underage and, you know, the age difference, why not call the police? But I don't even, because I don't even think that's her.
I really don't think that KB knows how calling the police works, or she's very ignorant, because the fuck shit she says is really stupid. She's always like, why don't you call the police? Why don't you call the police? First of all, the police don't have jurisdiction. You can't just fucking call the police over shit that's not your jurisdiction, that didn't happen to you, etc. And someone being a piece of shit isn't necessarily always illegal. You know what I mean? You can have a problem with someone and not call the police because it's not necessarily illegal, but also the police don't help. It's a very colonized mindset, in my opinion, to default to call the police. But also, if someone is no longer a minor, then other adults cannot call the police for them. If they are now of age, even if something happened to them when they were a minor, if they are of age now, they have to be the one to report. So I don't understand, you know, where she's getting this narrative from. Exposure says they're deflecting. At this point, trying to find a way out, that's what I think. I agree. I think they're trying to act like we're just attacking for no reason, so they don't have to admit how problematic what they've said is, in my opinion.
That's the main priority. The main priority is to get at him.
No, she's
because
using
he chose someone
all
else.
this as a weapon against this guy because she's jealous. She's a scorned woman. She feels scorned, and she's using it as a weapon to get back at Mono.
What is being used as a weapon to get back at Mono? What we're holding Mono accountable for is not only the concept of, hey, we were holding firm with him, it's not okay to talk to teenagers. And he removed me from his group chat for saying, okay, stop talking to teenagers. You know what I'm saying? So that's already been covered previously in all of the evidence that came out. Let's see. I should do a better recap on all of these posts and evidence, but I did not organize everything because I was on the phone and I was talking and I was being distracted and blah blah blah. But you know what? Mumi Starr, oh god damn it. Mumi Starr had a video on this situation. Apologies. I thought she had posted. Maybe she didn't tag me. I thought we had covered the post she did on this. Because so much happened. It's, you know what I mean, that I have to go through everything to show you guys what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh, found it. Okay, so here we can see Mumi Starr had posted this right here. Basically, whenever I was removed. So I've shown you guys the Snapchat message. He had basically said he would lay down his life for Indigenous women, and I responded, good, then you can stop talking to teens. I wonder if I search if it will show up. That's interesting, because why is the metadata screenshot is showing up for that search, but now I have to go find a screenshot? God damn it. Okay, so we covered all of this. That means it should be in here with the Snapchat messages, and maybe it's in miscellaneous. had all of these saved. Ooh. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, where else could it be? Huh. Alright, I think I'm gonna go and break. Look for my screenshots. Because the fuck? I will be right back. I am gonna go on break. I will be right back. was looking for. I had so many screenshots and I was looking for it. I was like, I might as well go on a fucking break at this point. Sorry about that. So what we have here is I wanted to show where it all began. So Mono removed me from his group. First of all, he had said here that he's going to lay down his life for Indigenous women, and he's just here to love and protect. And I said, good, then you can stop talking to teenagers. And he said, what the fuck, why are you taking shots at me, what the fuck? And removed me from his group after that, right? And so, yeah. All I did was say, you know, stop talking to teenagers. If you're not talking to teenagers, how is that taking shots at you? You know what I'm saying? Or if you are talking to teenagers, how is it taking shots at you, telling you not to? You know, it's just holding you accountability. But yeah, if you weren't, then you could let it fly, right? If it don't apply, let it fly. Couldn't that be a thing? So, yeah, fucking, I feel like this was an issue, and then when we get back here, oh, god damn it.
Go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case where I see around. Certified lover boy, certified
yes or no
pedophiles.
question. 40-year-old men,
Fuck 'em up.
teenagers. Yes or no
I'ma
question.
do my stuff.
Before
Why
your
you
time.
trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
So yeah, this is where what Mumi Starr had said. But so, and then before, I also had posted that, and that was my last video in his TikTok group chat before he removed me, after he removed me for telling him to stop talking to teenagers, in his Snapchat group chat, right? Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there, right here and right here. So this is those two things, as well as the those two things, as well as these messages where that he sent to Isla, basically calling me a pretendian, basically dismissing my sexual assault. They keep saying that I'm younger than I actually am, because they don't believe that I'm 32 for some fucking reason. They're fucking stupid in my opinion. And he was also trying to basically like support and use vernacular that encourages older men dating teenagers in his messages to Isla. And we did a full reading on this already, and the what does the Mono brand represent conversation. So y'all can go see the full reading there as well. So yeah, fucking yeah, alright, I don't know why I clicked that one. We're gonna, I think this video is basically done now. It's at, it like shows like a second here. Am I? Okay, yeah, that's done now. And then we're gonna go see what the next one is. Shit, honestly, I forgot which one that was, if that was the third or the second. I think that was the third, and now we're going to the second. And there's like two of these that I definitely want to cover today, and then we'll just see how we're feeling for the rest. Did I go too far? Where the fuck was I? Ah, right here. I think this one's next. Okay.
Yeah.
He finally, you know, got tired of me asking him why did he unfollow me. He wouldn't give me an answer, so he finally followed back. And within, I think it was that weekend that they spent together, which I still had no idea they were together. And then he posted. I found out they were together because he posted their relationship.
Mhm.
Okay, and mind you guys, let's pull this up. Sorry, I just kind of threw this into my Google Drive real quick. Apologies. But, oh, the caption is still up on for me. So, mind you guys, Isla posted this November in 2025. And so, and she had actually posted about their relationship before Navajo Res Runner did. And I actually think around this time one of their friends got married too, and so both couples were celebrating their relationship around the same time. But yeah, so fucking, it's a season of love, and mind you, this is who he's calling white. Yeah, this is who he's calling white. He called it. So I showed y'all like. So here's my mom. This is my mom. So you can call me white because look at my mom. And then this is my dad. And then together, so we take this and we take this and we get yeah. You know what I'm saying? Fucking so yeah, this was my mom. And let's put that up. See, both of my parents looked good too. And that's my dad. So this is the man that Andrew Moreno calls white, and that's the woman that Andrew Moreno calls white as well. Just putting that out there. I'll let you guys decide who's white, who's not. She's definitely white. So, yeah. Anyway, but they're trying to act like they hid that they were together. Their relationship was set to friends only because who the fuck, like, I think it's a safety matter. Like, my man does not like being recorded and online and everything like that. So I basically convinced him to let me take a couple pictures together a couple times a year, but I don't post them. I just have them for me. And so yeah, like, I think there's something to be said. Like, we live in a world where, people don't really think about internet safety. And people don't think about consent, about how people want to be online. I think it's one thing to speak up about issues you have a problem with when it comes to human rights issues, as well as commentary and social reaction on public figures, versus someone who's not a public figure and is not on social media that way, letting them maintain their privacy, And I don't know if you've seen Parks and Rec, and there's this episode where Ron Swanson is trying to like shoot down the drones because he doesn't want anybody spying on him. Oh yeah, Isla says that she was friends with Andrew at the time, so he definitely saw that picture at that time. So yeah, fucking, if I do this, I think it's, the chat is bigger there. But yeah, I need to figure out resizing everything. I just kind of slapped everything together. I'm like, fuck it, it's functional. But I really need to optimize everything for correct viewing, I think. But yeah, fucking, alright, let's get back to this reaction. But I just wanted to show that proof. Like, there was never, I don't think they just jumped into a relationship. So that's why it's, may have seemed out of nowhere for some people, because they're gonna feel each other out first. But I feel like they've never hidden their relationship once they've established one, from my perspective. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's like a fine line from when you first start talking to somebody to then when you more become official. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm self-projecting. That's not their life. But like, I'm me self-projecting right now. But yeah. I feel like I was in around this time is whenever they were putting me in those chats. And I believe I was in the chat for like a week or two before that. And so, like, I don't know, like, nothing public that happened, in my opinion, indicated any sort of intention that way. And I just feel like that's not what occurred from the messages that I saw that we looked at earlier. And, if we need to pull those back up again, we can. Just, like, I do not feel that applies to this. And this is, like, literally the thing that, the most, like, polite, kind thing that could be taken with any sort of, hey, she thought I was good looking, maybe things. But I don't really perceive this as flirting, in my opinion. From the part of Isla, in my opinion. But that's just me. Everybody can come to their own conclusions. But that's what I think. Yeah. And yeah. And if anybody, you know, doesn't like my commentary and you want to do your own commentary on YouTube, I use OBS to broadcast. You can stream on your phone, like it will let you do a regular live, but I don't feel like you can really share screen and stuff the way you can on TikTok on YouTube on your phone. So if you have a desktop or laptop, I would try streaming though. It's a good way to express yourself. Especially if you don't like my commentary, you know, you can go there and watch that or make your own and stuff and express yourself. Or you could just download your own TikTok live streams and upload them to YouTube too. Since, you know, not everybody agrees with me, not everybody has to agree with me, that's totally fine. And if you want to express yourself, in my opinion, in like a way that's like, hey, I don't agree, I think you're wrong about X, Y, and Z, if you do so in a way that allows me to continue going, then I'm fine with that. You don't have to agree with me just to be around me. But there is a certain level of, look, I'm going to treat you with respect, and if you're not treating me with respect, then I'm not going to continue allowing that treatment. I will state, and you know, how I feel, but yeah, I just feel like there's a difference. I don't know. But it's up to you to decide what that means for you. It's all subjective. Okay, we're for real getting back. We got the caption on, I'm muting, we're hitting.
And then when I said congratulations, she was probably shocked, like, damn. And then she said, oh, we just got together. That was a lie. From what I heard, they've been together.
So here's my thing. They were so mad at me when I decided I wasn't going to show certain screenshots because I was asked not to show them. But I mentioned I still had a problem with teenager 2 also accusing Mono of being in a relationship with her. Everybody wanted to say I was lying because I didn't show the screenshot at that time. And so I then ended up showing the screenshots. But here they are making statements without any fucking evidence, and they don't seem to be concerned about that. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just putting that out there. Just, you know.
They've been together. And she was making it seem like, oh, I just made that decision because I was there with him, right? So I'm like, hey, congratulations, because I'm not thinking nothing of it. See, in her mind, she's got something with me. It's like a one-sided relationship in her mind. I had no idea. I'm thinking it's a brother and sister thing, even though I bypassed the thing that did seem strange to me was the flirting, though. I was like, but she was just flirting with me, though, telling me that I'm so fucking fine and.
I feel like he should post the evidence if that actually happened, and why doesn't he post the evidence? Because Isla shared the evidence of what she actually said, in my opinion. Isla said, I posted my own relationship. Why would I be shocked he knew? Exactly. Like, that's just wild. And it's the same thing, though. Like, these are the same fucking people who keep trying to gaslight me about how old I am. And I have posted how fucking old I am forever. Like, I've been sharing how old I am. And it's just like, how are you? And they're gonna act like I'm a teenager? Are you fucking kidding me? I do not look that young. Okay. I'm not. We're not. I look like a normal fucking 32-year-old. God damn it. I'm just short. Being short does not help. I remember, so I went to a college campus, and the college campus had an elementary school next to it, and the elementary school would like go through the college campus to go to do shit sometimes. So one time these elementary kids are walking through the college, and then one of the teachers is like, oh, you need to get in line, until she looked at me. She was like, oh, you're not one of mine. I'm like, no. But, you know, so, no. But anyway, I'm just short. But fucking, I feel like I look normal for my age. I am 32. And I don't understand why the fuck, you know, because we looked at those messages as well where KB was like trying to act like I'm not fucking 32. Are you kidding me? yeah. Let's see, where was it? Oh, here we go. Like right here, they were trying, wrong button. They were trying to say that I claimed to be 28. I claimed to be 28 when I turned 28. Isla asked me to replay the last part. What last part would you like me to replay? Are you talking about the last video? Right here? You want me to replay this? We're at 1 minute and 7 seconds in. I'm going to take it back to 45 seconds and let that replay, if that's far enough back, you think. So I took it back to 45 seconds, and I'm going to mute and let that play.
Hey, congratulations, because I'm not thinking nothing of it. See, in her mind, she's got something with me. It's like a one-sided relationship in her mind. I had no idea. I'm thinking it's a brother and sister thing, even though I bypassed the thing that did seem strange to me was the flirting, though. I was like, but she was just flirting with me, though. Telling me that I'm so fucking fine and any woman would be lucky to have me. And I'm like, that's kind of flirtatious, but whatever. Still, I'm not a hater. I still congratulated the man. I still congratulated her. And then
that part, yeah, that part is a fucking joke, in my opinion. I don't know. I feel like I don't believe that happened. In my opinion, you know, I'd be very surprised. Doesn't sound like it happened to me, but you know, that's just my opinion. Based on the evidence that I have seen and the types of conversations I've been aware of. And I just don't understand, like, maybe he's genuinely getting confused with Fleurette, because to be honest, that sounds like something Fleurette would say. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like something that so yeah, it sounds like something Fleurette would say. So I think he's getting confused. Like, it's Fleurette who says these things, but Mono just wishes it was Isla instead. That's what I think personally. Sorry, that shouldn't be so funny to me, but I'm just over here like, who the fuck would want Fleurette to be flirting with them over Isla? Nobody. I'm sorry. Anyway, but so I think, you know, he's looking at the reality of who wants to flirt with him and then projecting who he wishes would flirt with him. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Isla said he wishes. Yeah. You know, because that sounds like something Fleurette would say. And you might think, wow, how could Fleurette have such bad taste? You know what I'm saying? You might think that. Well, let me show you Exhibit A. Yeah, let me show you Exhibit A. This was posted by our dear friend Fleurette Outhouse. So you may think, why would she have such bad taste? Exhibit A. Alright? Yeah. That was racist as fuck now, wasn't it? And for those who couldn't look at that, I was sharing the meme from last night that I went over, and it's got like Leonardo DiCaprio with culturally appropriating indigenous apparel, and it says the alcoholic side of me is full-blood Injun. So it uses indigenous slur, it uses blood quantum, it uses addiction issues and stereotypes against Native community, and it's interesting that it's Leonardo DiCaprio who is allegedly accused of only being with women younger than 25. Isn't that funny? That's funny. But you know, and I went more into detail about this meme in my last live stream. So I described it better and everything like that if you want to go watch it there. And that was the stream called Court is in Session. But yeah, fucking shit. I just realized, oh, I never did our little bingo card here. So, let's see here. So, we've been mentioned. So, Deathchild and Isla are mentioned. Okay. They claimed they were attacked already, right? Yeah, they totally did. Shit. Okay. Oh, someone should apologize, but does not at all. Got it. Oh, they're jealous. They've totally said that. Oh, false allegations against Isla. Yep. Let's see here. Did they call Isla a white woman yet? Oh, they had feelings for Andrew. Yeah. That one's done. Let's see here. Shit, I was totally not paying attention. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna go with this evidence debunks what they say thing. Okay, we gotta hear. Let's see if they said put out information. Is anybody else fucking playing bingo? Shit, did anybody else forget about this? I called this live stream a bingo game, then forgot about the bingo. Whoops. Anyway, shit, people are messaging. No one fucking wants to talk to me until I'm in a goddamn live stream. Anyway, I'll answer that later. Oh, talking to a 19-year-old. Yeah, that was totally discussed, I think. Alright. Did they call you a white woman already? Did I miss that? Oh, shit. Let's keep going. Oh, I'm pretty sure they mentioned the teenagers. So, yeah. Okay. I got my bingo card ready, I think. I don't know how your bingo card is going, but... Okay. Let's keep going.
About a week later, you know, Cyber Cheese told her that she had a thing for me. Cyber Cheese had a thing for me. Okay? That's where the jealousy kicked in. When she told Cyber.
Okay. No. Because I can clarify this right now. Because here's the thing. Cyber Cheese told my cousin everything first. And Cyber Cheese and my cousin were in a group chat together. And then I was in a group chat with my cousin and Cyber Cheese. Because then they told me these things. And then Isla messaged me. Oh, Midwest said they got bingos over here. Hell yeah, y'all already got your bingos? Fuck yeah. Bitches won. Who won? Who the fuck won then? Who got bingo first? I need to know that. I'm gonna still fill out my card, but let me know who got bingo first. Fucking... So, but... Shit, yeah, man, I fucking forgot what the fuck I was saying. What the fuck did the captioner say? Oh, yeah. Okay, so then Isla messaged me that she was concerned about the video that was put out. And I was like, oh, thank God. And then I asked them, can I add Isla to the group? And they said yes. So, I've been there for all of the group conversations that has been said between Cyber Cheese and Isla. And I was there. Ooh. Me? Okay, so, Isla, I'm gonna put, so is this the order of people playing or the order of people who won? Isla said her, Three-Wear, Salish, all for bingo. Nice. Are you letting me know that y'all the ones playing, or are you telling me this is the order of people who won already? But yeah, so I believe I've been privy to almost every conversation they've had. Because the one conversation I wasn't actually there for, I believe I was sent, where Cyber Cheese was trying to tell Isla not to make the things that we discussed public, but I was there for those other conversations. But yeah. Oh, those are the ones who won bingo. Damn, they won bingo already without me? Fuck, man. I'm like, so I'm gonna be coming in like 4th or 5th place? Bullshit. So those are who won bingo. Okay, so first place we have Isla who won bingo first, and then Three-Wear won it second, and Salish won third. Got it. I fucking forgot I was playing bingo, and I'm the one who made a damn card, but it's fine. We got 2 more live streams to watch, I think. So yeah, alright, we're gonna keep going, but oh yeah, with the whole, it's just bothering me because I was there for all of that conversation. So it's like, why would he think that? You know what I'm saying? Is he just making things up? Or is Cyber Cheese telling him certain things? You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious. I don't know. And the only reason I think that is because, you know, Cyber Cheese did tell us that she was going to um, fucking tell Mono she didn't say things that we know she said to us. Um, and so, for example, you know, when it comes to the issue with, she told us that Mono said he was 27. And you know what I'm saying? And then she said that she was gonna tell him in the group that wasn't true, that she said that to us, right? Oh, I got the order of who won wrong. So Salish won first, and then Threeware, and then Isla. Okay, cool. Nice. Congratulations, guys. But yeah, so Cyber said, you know, had told us she was gonna go tell them something that's different than what she had told us. So that's confusing for us, right? And then the same with, you know, some other conversations, like, you know, Cyber, like Mono was telling us that Cyber told him that she never told us they were in a relationship. You know what I mean? So you can see why I'm questioning what occurred. But yeah, like when it comes to like this part, I'm like, because it's hard to know with this, because Cyber already told us she was going to say different things that happened than what actually happened. And we also have seen Mono, in my opinion, basically really try to act like he didn't do the things that we know he said or did, in my opinion. So that's also kind of like why it's hard to know, is just one of them saying these things, or is it both, or you know, how did that narrative get spun? Because literally she was telling us in the phone call that the same things that happened to Tiana were happening to her, except for she was just older. And so we believe that, because she was also telling us things where that were word for word things that were said to me in messages that Tiana did not put online. And so I believed her because of that. But yeah, so but the group chat that this was in, it was Cyber and my cousin in here first, and then they added me in. Then I asked if I could add Isla in. So there was no communication here with Cyber about this that I wasn't aware of or privy of, in my opinion, to my knowledge. And like I was in the group call when this conversation was being, not the group call, I was in a call with Isla when this conversation was being had. And so like I believe I've been aware of their entire communication. And so yeah, that's why I just don't believe that's what was said to Cyber by Isla, because of what I was there for. You know what I mean? But that's just me. So I don't know where the fuck they're getting this narrative from. And the difference between them and us is we actually are showing you guys the screenshots, the recordings, the evidence for why we say and think what we have an opinion about. Whereas we don't understand where the fuck, like they have no proof or evidence for what they say, because in a lot of these cases we don't believe it happened. But that's just me.
Cheese. I like Mono. Because Cyber Cheese told me all this. She's like, I told her I like you. You know, I told her that, you know, I would be with you if I could. And even though I also told Cyber Cheese that I'm not interested, for the record, I'm not with Cyber Cheese, so I hate that rumor. Her and I are good friends, but that's it.
I'm sorry. I swear. I want you all to myself, I swear.
Okay, I just realized I was fucking muted again. God damn it. I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, this is the video where they're doing I want you all to myself, I swear. I don't need nobody else, I swear, because I'm selfish. Something like that, you know? And then, so in this video, the Auntie season 1, I think, is where I posted at 54 minutes 58 seconds evidence of where he had posted this video and discussing that. So yeah, Midwest said KB watching. Alright, KB. I just, you know, if she engages here, she's just gonna get removed. So, you know what I mean? Because I'm just not about to deal with that. She said KB, Isla said KB is in there accusing others of chasing Mono. Give a shout. Oi. Ah, alright. Hi KB, please share some evidence whenever you make claims, so that way I can be aware of what you're speaking of in order to correct that. Like, no one can correct themselves, you know, like if you're not sharing evidence of what they did wrong so they can understand how to correct that, you know what I'm saying? So at least show the evidence, you know, if you're gonna make claims. And you're a fucking dumbass when it comes to my age situation. I really think you're just a fucking dumbass. Completely. And entirely. I am 32. Trying to gaslight me about being 32 is a fucking joke. And hilarious. But yeah, it's a fucking joke. I'm 32. You dumb bitch. Alright. Okay. And that's for educational purposes. Yeah. Okay. My bad. What happened was, but I love TikTok Shop. This is not from TikTok Shop. This is from the Kamentsa Tribe. It is from, let me get the name of this organization right, because I keep fucking it up. I need to remember this. One time I thought I had it memorized, and yeah, that's a joke. Let's see. So it's from the Kamentsa Tribe. It is from the Indigenous Outreach and Organization for Indigenous Outreach and Conservation in New Orleans. So the Organization for Indigenous Outreach and Conservation of New Orleans, they do work with the Kamentsa Tribe, and they have the Kamentsa beaders make jewelry that they sell in New Orleans at the tourist markets and shit. But they're like $20 or $30. They're not $40, but they're not 20 either, I think, for the price. But I was gifted these. And it's from the Kamentsa Tribe in Colombia. And they have one of their members here who sells their jewelry here for them. But yeah, fucking, so you know, if you're ever in New Orleans, go see if you can find any shop, and I can help you if I'm around. The Organization for Indigenous Outreach and Conservation, if you're ever in New Orleans, and get some indigenous made jewelry from the Kamentsa Tribe. Oh shit, the caption did not get the tribe name right, so I'm gonna just finger spell that real quick. Kamentsa. Yeah, I fucked that up, but whatever. Okay, so anyway, let's get back to the other video. My bad. Where the fuck was I? Shit. What's on my bingo card? Okay. Did they talk about our mental illnesses already? We're gonna go with someone's gaslit on the truth even after presenting evidence. How about that? Okay, great.
I'm not on this shit to date, all right? I'm not online to date. I really want to build a community. That's all I ever wanted to do since I came on here. If I wanted to fucking use an app to date, it's definitely not fucking TikTok. You know what I mean? Like, I was just married in real life, okay, a couple of years ago. Okay, I'm recently divorced, by the way. And that shit took me forever to get. I'm probably still not even healed from that. But that's my trauma. I don't have to share that with nobody. This is a personal thing that I'm still working on myself. You understand? But for her to take that jealousy and take it to the extreme, it's pretty fucked up, man. Like, I wouldn't do that to nobody. I wouldn't wish that on nobody. It's pretty messed up. That's really, really low for her so-called IQ. If her IQ is so high, why is she doing this? It's because
she's a pretty girl. Pretty girls get away with murder. Oh, excuse me. Pretty girls get away with unaliving people. Don't you know? Nobody would ever expect a pretty girl like her to be so low down and dirty. And that's the truth.
God damn it, I'm muted again. I think Abuela is interesting that she's saying this because, in my opinion, she will say really fucked up things, and then when you're like, Abuela, what you're saying and what you're supporting is fucked up, and you hold her accountable and you stay firm on holding her to the fire on what she did, she'll then be like, you're just attacking me because I'm old. You know what I'm saying? So she really does try to weaponize and hide behind this shield of, oh, I'm an old woman, whoopie-doopie-doo. And meanwhile, she's over here like, watch out for the young woman, watch out for the pretty woman. And in my last live stream, we had covered a video that was sent to me about her. Let's see. Let me pull that up real quick. I think it's this right here.
Of children's sexuality going back to the 1980s with Nickelodeon, with MTV, with the stuff that we're hearing. So it's not just the women that get indoctrinated, it's also the children that seek approval from older men and think it's okay. And there's no easy fix.
I notice here, she's not talking about the way that children are groomed, in my opinion. It sounds as if she's just like blaming the children, in my opinion, for having been raised into that upbringing. Like, the way I feel like she talks about it bothers me. I haven't fully processed it to better articulate that, but it's just a way she's saying that, like, the children seek approval from the older men and think it's okay. Like, yeah, it's natural for a child. That explains how it happens, but I feel like it's putting the responsibility of knowing better on the child over the surrounding environment that the child is raised in. I don't like how she centers the child needing to change their behavior in this situation over the environment that created a child. Like, you know what I mean? Like, who did this to the child, right? It's just something that bothers me about the wording here. And in the way she speaks to about younger people, the way she speaks about women she calls pretty, which, I mean, we all know that Isla is gorgeous, so putting that out there. Oh wait, hold on, I can't call Isla gorgeous because Andrew's gonna say I'm flirting with her. Oh shit. Oh shit. We can't call her gorgeous now, can we? According to Mono, that's flirting. Anyway, so fucking, but y'all see how she is in this clip.
There really is no easy fix on this. If you think about it, if you're allowing your kids to constantly be on their phones when they're little and you're not supervising what they're watching on television, what they're doing on their social media, if that's all they do is social media, for all you know, under your nose, are already in a relationship on the phone with a 40-year-old who's playing video games with them, and you have no idea what they're doing.
So the way she speaks like this, but then judges us for calling out Andrew for, you know, the way he engages with teenagers, like, cause to me, even if at the end of the day it comes out that, like, he actually wasn't in a relationship with either of them, I believe there's enough evidence out here and testimony out here to say, like, look, I don't think you should be engaging with teenagers in this way on any shape or form for them to even have any avenue to cast that allegation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so getting back to this.
And
She
you
has a
know,
pretty face and she can get away with anything.
I know she's hurt. She's hurt, you know, way or whatever.
Mind you, Isla was on great terms with them from until so she began her relationship November 20th is when she made it publicly official, right? In terms of we were aware, so their relationship happened November. She stayed friends and we were in this group chat until the middle of December, right? If I'm not mistaken, was it then? So if you put that into effect, I'm checking the date on these posts. She was on good terms with them and friends with them at that time. Isla said Isla is not hurt. Isla is grossed out. Right. And so it wasn't until the date I made this post was December 14th, 2025, was the date on my TikTok. Let me pull that up. It's gonna autoplay. So December 14th, 2025 is the date that this was posted. And so it wasn't until then, right before then, around December 13th, December 14th, where everything ended up going into a negative direction with Isla leaving with Mono because of the toxic TikTok video that came out, the first one about, I need to answer these comments and shit. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to ignore y'all. I'm just fucking like, it's you know how your brain just, and yeah, I have too much and stuff. Yeah, oopsie. But, so this video, Mono exposed shocking grooming allegations rock TikTok. That's the video right here that came out, this top right corner. Here, fucking this original video. That's where Isla was like looking at Andrew different, like holy fuck, you know what I mean? And so for me, it's like this video came out, what was it? That it was the Friday before December 14th. So this video came out on December 12th, if I'm not mistaken. I believe this video came out on December 12th, 2025. And so that, in my opinion, December 13th is when I had found it and watched it, and that's where everything kind of escalated from there. And if I'm not mistaken on that timeline. And I think from there is where, we started looking at this situation and calling it out like this is problematic, because at the same time this video was getting published, Isla and I were being told these things by Cyber Cheese that I've shown you the screenshots of, and we were told more things by Cyber Cheese that I've told you guys, because I didn't have the screenshots for those statements. But yeah. So for me, it's like their narrative literally does not match up with the timeline of what occurred, because if Isla was actually somehow jealous of Cyber being with, how could Isla be jealous of Cyber being with Mono if he denies that him and Cyber were ever together? You know what I'm saying? So that right there is a competing statement. And another competing statement is the timeline of it all. Why would she stay in your group for so long after she and her boyfriend were official if if that was an issue between you guys, if y'all were actually talking or something like that? Why would you also have kept Res Runner in your group if that was an issue? And then another thing, how could she be jealous of you with Cyber if she was actually wanting to be with a different man? So, to me, it just doesn't really add up. Just putting all that out there. So we're going to get back to this now.
You found the perfect husband. But what, it doesn't matter. You need to take care of your feelings, your heart. You need to learn how to do that so you don't get fucking hurt. Because there's some men that are good fucking, they talk really nice and smooth, right? You know?
And guess what? Just because people talk nice to you, it's not flirting. Okay?
Exactly.
People can talk to you and be nice. Do not take it as flirting.
Okay, then why the fuck are you acting like Isla ever flirted with Andrew when she didn't? So it feels like that's self-projection, in my opinion.
People are just being nice to your dumb butt. Okay? Remember this. It's such a thing as courtesy. Being nice to people, it doesn't mean they're trying to pick up on you. They're just being nice and courteous. I don't know what this generation...
Right, it's not a... Right.
This generation thinks that if somebody's nice to them, automatically... Oh, nice and polite to you. Maybe you don't even know that because you grew up with so much trauma that you don't know what it is when people are being nice to you.
Right. It's not necessarily a relationship. Not compare yourself, not put
So that was the end of that clip there. So as it was playing, I was just pulling up the fact. They were like, yeah, just because someone is nice to you doesn't mean they're flirting. So right here, Mona was saying, you look so beautiful in your new videos, by the way, to Isla. And she said, hey, looking good and thank you. So how the fuck are they saying she was flirting then? Because by their own words, she's not flirting. Make that make sense. It just... Now. There was another one that, let's address that. Did I go too far again? No, it's right around here. Okay.
Talk about the Mono tribe, and then also had no idea that the casino was out in Madera County off of Avenue 17, where it's going to be built, not only casino but also the resort and the entertainment arena. And she had no idea. Now and then, as soon as I tell her this, she runs with the information and got on a panel speaking about this. I'm like, you weren't saying that yesterday in KB.
You didn't know nothing about it.
No, she didn't know nothing about it, but she was claiming to be part mono. Yeah.
Hey, well, that's gonna happen a lot. A lot of people gonna jump on that bandwagon.
Thinking they're gonna get.
Ooh, backing up this timeline more. We have here. Oh, it says that the message was retracted. Apologies. Never mind. I was about to pause for a comment, and I am just going to keep going.
Paid.
Yeah. All right, back onto your subject, brother. I just wanted to say hello, and I'm here.
Yeah, man, this is just a mental illness going on, brother. We're trying to address it. There's a few scorned women, actually white women, to be honest, white pretendians, trying to dirty up my name, bro.
Okay, so I have proven my indigenous lineage. Let's see here. I showed proof of lineage verification by my tribal historian emeritus and reviewed it in enrollment office. I've also shown a bunch of pictures of what my dad looks like, and I also showed you guys my genealogy and proof of my genealogy and all of that in this live stream called Andrew Moreno, aka Mono, doubles down on talking to teenagers, and Don Chuy points fingers. So in that first live stream, I showed you guys my genealogy and proof of lineage claim. And it's also all over my YouTube, you know, if you want to see that proof. So my lineage being verified isn't really up for debate. And again, we've shown you guys pictures of Isla. So Mono calling Isla a white woman, and Mono calling my dad a white, and saying that we are pretendians whenever I know exactly who the fuck my ancestors are, I find to be extremely problematic and contributes to indigenous erasure, especially when word on the street is not even his own supposed tribe claims him. You know what I'm saying? And word on the street is that he may be faking his ID, which is illegal, and there could be an investigation. But yeah, I don't know if it'll show everything, but yeah, it looks like Luna said that Isla and Rez came for her wedding on November 19th. They had been together. They all left that group when Toxic TikTok came out with their video, which would have been almost 3 weeks later. So yeah, their timeline doesn't add up. And to me, it's neither does the statements. So yeah, and then we need to pull up my bingo card. They calling me white woman, and it's okay to call me white because my mom is, but to call Isla a white woman is just fucking ridiculous. Ooh, pretending. Is this bingo? Hey, I finally got bingo, guys. Okay, we're good with bingo now. At least I fucking remembered it. But yeah. So, fucking, let's keep going with this video. I think this is the third and last one.
Trying to make up all kinds of crazy wild shit, and I have my.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck they're saying we made up. Every statement that I've made about Mono on here, I've shown the evidence for it and why I think that way. And yeah, I've also provided additional context to the conversations that we've had, which those people involved in that context didn't fucking like, but oh well, we're here now. And so things of that nature. Fucking Isla said that she also messaged KB asking why she fabricated a story saying that I was in love with Andrew, and she told me she didn't say that. Exactly, and we pulled up that earlier. So yeah, we can pull that back up again too, because that's worth noting. Let's see here. So yeah. So right here, I believe it was. So right here, Isla asked, why did that equal you fabricating a story in regards to our phone call? The story that Isla saying she fabricated was regarding to KB, as we had shown on the previous live when we originally went over this, was saying, that fucking Isla was in love with Andrew and had feelings for Andrew or some shit like that. And now fucking I'm about to go and take a quick break, I think. But now fucking Isla was confronting KB. And then after that, she was basically asking her again, you did not answer why the hell you would make up I told you I was in love with him or something, right here. And KB answered, no, you did not say you were in love with him. I'm sorry if that's how it sounded. I felt your feelings were involved. And then Isla said, feelings as a friend, not the way you portrayed it yesterday. But not trying to be rude, but hell no. So KB is admitting that this isn't what Isla actually said. KB was projecting her own feelings onto it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I'm just putting it out there. Just like I'm not actually 19, but they keep projecting that I am for some fucking reason. But yes. So what I'm about to do right now is take a quick break. And while I do that, what I'm going to do is, if you're listening, make you listen to my music. So here is a demo. It's not properly recorded, but you'll get the point. So, read my mind and go with theoretical shit. Here we go. I'll be right back. Do you ever feel like your life's not real? As if you're not you, just a cloud floating through. Do you ever think you might be on the brink, standing on a cliff, carried by the next drill? A song is gonna come your way, a tune or two that you can play. A light's gonna shine your way, an hour or two will let you stay. Pray, pray, pray. Do you ever love someone who's not enough, who makes you feel less, doesn't wish you the best? Do you ever say what's not meant to be, and just think the stars, you're not behind those bars? A song is gonna come your way, a tune or two that you can play. A light's gonna shine your way, an hour or two will let you stay. Pray, pray, pray. And you deserve more. You deserve more. You deserve more. so small, they're so, so tall. They merge into a brick wall. Warm for me, feel free. Please, please set me free. I know you'll leave me, baby, you always go. You think I'm stupid, hey, I know, no. Only heartbeat in me, a bottle of wine left out there. You can leave me, baby, oh please do. You don't say me, but I say you. You can leave me, baby, oh please do. Go the fuck away, I'll get over you. I know your ways and damn, you're just the same. You had a future and Lord knows it's a shame. Don't even try to apologize now. I know you don't even know how. You can leave me, baby, no please do. You don't see me, but I see you. You can leave me, baby, oh please do. Go the fuck away, I'll get over you. In the end, where will I be? Got to feel love around me. You can leave me, baby, oh please do. You don't see me, but I see through you. You can leave me, baby, oh please do. Go the fuck away, I'll get over you. Sorry about that, I am back now. Apologies, I had to go figure something out real quick and talk to my person. And yeah, so let's finish. I forgot where the fuck we were at, but basically all that shit is some fucking bullshit. And yeah, we're gonna keep watching the rest of this video.
Sisters here that are witnesses to it and had actual conversations.
Oh, sorry. They said my sisters here that were witnesses to it and had actual conversation, for people who didn't get that on the captioning. So yeah, they're trying to act like we didn't have actual conversations with them. So hold on.
With these white women. And that's what it's about. It's really mental illness, because I think it is a mental illness.
I feel like that's ableism right there. You know what I'm saying? There's just a lot of ableism in my opinion. And I'll just link some of the previous live streams I've done on discrimination regarding that later on in the comments or description, depending on where it needs to go. But yeah, and it's interesting that they think that we have mental illness for standing firm, that what Mono said about my essay and them trying to cover it up is inappropriate, and standing firm that's inappropriate for a grown man to be talking to teenagers, and for a standing firm, you know, that fucking like how they're responding and gaslighting us about it when we can prove the evidence for what was said is kind of disturbing in my opinion. But you know, they want to say that we have a mental illness. I feel like that's extreme ableism. And if you actually think this about someone, you need to reflect on how you treat them. So they accuse me of being a mentally ill teenager, which I'm not. I'm actually 32, and things of that nature. But look at how they would treat me regardless, and that is why I don't think that teens are safe around them. And the statements that they kind of enable are just quite alarming to me. You know what I'm saying?
When they have to fabricate stuff and
again, Nothing that I've shown you guys has been fabricated. I've shown you guys screenshots and recordings of the conversation. Matter of fact, they were saying that I was weird for having evidence of the conversation. Now they're claiming I'm fabricating it. So how could I be weird for having evidence if it was fabricated? You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, based on what I understood of their previous live streams. So I find that quite disturbing. Everything I've shown you guys, you may disagree with me about something I've said. That's totally fine. I may not be correct about every single thing. For example, I originally believed that the email related to Fred was fabricated. I believe that was falsified. But it turns out that many people have confirmed that was a real email. And so I was wrong about that, right? So it is possible for me to be wrong. That's why I always give you guys the links to my sources as much as possible in the description of the video, and encourage you to do your own research, come to your own conclusions. You don't have to agree with me about everything. You can just understand why I think the way I think when I think it. And that's that. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Second, I am going to hit play. Show it. I don't know.
And one of the reasons of this woman, one of the women, is because I didn't want a relationship with her. I don't want to be with anybody. You know what I mean? Like
So again, you know, y'all already know why I think, based on certain statements that were made and posts that were made, it came off as if him and Cyber were in a relationship, considering she claimed to us that they were. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think that's interesting that he's again denying that. But, you know, that's fine. If it's not true, I wonder why he would be making posts of himself with Cyber Cheese if she was lying on him that way, if that was a lie. You know what I'm saying? That's just interesting to me. But, you know, come to your own fucking conclusions about that. I'll timestamp that evidence, so because I'm not going to keep going back and forth, or we'll be here all day. But yeah, and, you know, why would a woman who never wanted a relationship with you give a fuck who the hell you're in a relationship with? We've already established why none of that makes sense. So, and plus, I mean, look at him and look at her, and yeah. Anyway, oh wait, hold on, that's flirting, my bad. Anyway, but
you know, I'm healing me. I'm doing me. I was just married. I was married a few years ago. I'm still, you know, I'm still hurt about that. I'm divorced now. I'm divorced, you know, and I'm still healing, bro. I didn't flirt back the way she wanted me to, I guess.
Yeah, you didn't bite on the hook.
Right, I didn't bite on the hook. She got with someone else, and then someone told her that they liked me, and it just turned to pure jealousy after that. You know what I mean?
That's not the case at all, because Isla was never made aware that Cyber liked Mono until I was there. I actually brought Isla in on that. So I was there every step of the way of that. And that happened after, and only after, the Toxic TikTok Unveiled video came out, which was this one right here. Isla was not told that Cyber and Mono were in a relationship until after this video came out, is when Cyber told us. And so, and the reason that Isla found out was because she told me that this video made her feel uncomfortable. I did not ask Isla if I could show this message, and so, hold on. Do I even have it? Like, well, let me see. No, I don't. Oh, because it all disappeared. Okay. Yeah. But, oh, it disappears after 30 days now, doesn't it? I never took advantage. But basically, Isla messaged me one day on Snapchat, and I was going to see real quick if I could get her permission to show it, if I still had it, but I don't even have it anymore. But whatever, fuck it. Take my word for it. So, or don't. If you think I'm a liar or think I'm wrong, you don't have to take my word for it. But you know what? Take my fucking word for it. So Isla messaged me one day on Snapchat. I don't remember the exact word for word, but she was basically saying, like, that video on TikTok made me really uncomfortable. And she was talking about this video. And she was like, I'm looking at Andrew different now. I'm concerned. So And I was like, my response was literally, oh, thank God. You know what I'm saying? I remember that being my response. I was like, thank fucking God. Like, yeah. So, Isla said I could share. Well, I can't find it, but I was gonna share, if I could find it, the evidence. Yeah, I can't find that. And she said yes, she could share, which, because now I'm repeating, now I'm realizing, I think there's like a delay, but whatever. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, I wonder, because, like, wouldn't that be fucking hilarious if I could have found that, though? But I remember that, and it wasn't until after I was like, hey, I asked him if you could join the group chat. Do you want to join this group chat? And then I put her in. And so I was literally there for her finding out. You know what I mean? Like, it was never, and so that doesn't make sense, because Isla had already left the Snapchat group when she found out. So that timeline does not add up at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? So to me, it's just like, I don't know why they're just saying that out of nowhere. It seems real wild, and I feel like they said something else at the time. Hold on. I feel like I might have the, screenshots. Let's see. Hold on. If I have this, it's, oh, god damn it, that's just... Okay, let's see. I was seeing if I could find quickly, but I have too many screenshots and I need to better organize it. But I was seeing if I could find screenshot from when Isla had left the group. Because that would be hilarious if I had it. To show that. I thought I did. I need to figure out where the fuck all of those screenshots ended up going, because I could have sworn that I already had all of that documented, but life is hard. Whatever. Okay, I'm about to move past it because I'm spending too much time looking for this, and I got distracted by my phone ringing. You know what? Didn't I cover that in the first live stream? Hold on. I'm gonna go find that screenshot and look for that another time, maybe at the end. So I could have sworn that I had a screenshot for when Isla left the live, and they were basically like, oh, we lost Isla or some shit like that. I'm gonna go see if I can find that screenshot later. Sorry, I spent too much time on that. But now we're gonna get back to finishing this fucking video, and I'll see if I can find that screenshot, because I'm like, where the fuck is that screenshot? You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
But I'm not with anybody from the record. But go ahead, KB. You wanted to, who was talking? Who wanted to wrap it up?
No, I'm saying who's next on the list.
Yeah.
No, well, we're still talking. Let's still continue to talk about Isla, because I think this is important. I think this has a lot to do with the mental illness. I think I think she's using the.
She's the one that's pushing. She's standing 100% toes up, one down, whatever, 1,000 toes up with dead child.
Oh shit, I just realized I wasn't muted. Sorry if there's an echo there. Man, she doesn't even have the expression right. So first of all, why don't you get the expression right before you talk shit, Abuela? Fuck. I just think that's fucking hilarious. Stand 10 toes, one up, one down. The fuck. Anyway, okay, suck my fucking dick, bitch. But so their issue is I had a problem with Manny, well, with Manny too, but with Mono being in his 40s speaking in certain ways to teenagers, and 2 teenagers have come forward to us on this. So to me, well, one of them didn't come out to us, but to others, you know, to the public. Well, one didn't come from public. I made it public, but fuck it, because you know, everybody tell me that shit. Like, damn. I'm gonna see. On is in. I'm wondering if you mean KB is in the TikTok live again. All right, KB. Hey, KB. So fucking. You know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. Let's go to this live. Hey Midwest, do you want to do a stream inside a stream? Inside a stream? Okay, dokie. Let's see if this works, or if I have to be logged in. Oh, I gotta be logged in. Alright, I tried to see, I don't feel like logging in right now, to see if I could see that from here, and I'm like, let's do a stream inside a stream. Alright, I didn't stay in there, I just came in to copy the link to see if it would work. Fucking, what I was looking for was, I could have sworn I had more, of the screenshots on Mono. Oh, I can look in my Google Photos real quick, I think. And let's see. Oh, perfect. Okay, what was the shit? Now I have to remember what the fuck I was looking for. God damn it. Oh yeah. All my photos are in my Google screenshot, or in my Google Photos. So right now I'm just going through my Google Photos to find those screenshots. Okay, not there. Oh. Found it, I think. Hold on. Yeah, I found, okay, fucking right. Alright, let's take it from the top. Oh man, I was like feeling annoyed I couldn't find anything. Hold on. So, I was talking shit about, Mono in this video. Let's see if I can pull this on the big screen. And so from there, basically I was talking about this video. I said this link. And I believed at the time that Harley and Don Chuy and all of them We're using this for views. Oh, Isla says an investigation is taking place, so she can't come up and explain herself. I don't think the investigation is going to go the way she thinks it is, in my opinion. But that's just me. So anyway, so that was here. Alright. So right here. Mono, or Andrew, says he meets with his attorney. And I said, oh wow, I'm glad you got an appointment so fast. He said, it's tribal. And so that, right here, let's take this back and say thank you, Silent. Everybody say thank you, Silent, for this wonderful video.
Nah, y'all got this twisted. Why are you yelling?
We've shown you the receipts, Rick.
You're making threats now? You're all lying. I'm calling my tribal attorney, you hear me? Y'all gonna regret this. Tribal lawyer on deck. End of...
I'm just realizing I think I forgot to turn the captioner on for that. I'm hoping that my YouTube captioner is working. Apologies, y'all. But he basically said, tribal attorney on deck. I'm calling my lawyer. So, you know, that's where that came from. Back to this. So, I was basically saying every law office I work for, it'd be very hard between Friday and Monday to get an appointment by Monday. So that's crazy. And he said it's a tribal attorney, it's different. And I'm like, okay, I never knew that. Like, in my head, I'm thinking, like, I don't think that a tribal attorney would represent an individual interest. I think they represent tribal interests, right? And so, but I was just like, gonna see what he said. So I said, that's good. Clear this up, but put the pretending claims to rest. Because if he did actually ever have, you know, say he had a personal relationship with someone who happened to be the tribal attorney, say that was like a bam wild card and came slapped down on the table, I was like, no one could deny your native then. And then LA Goth is telling him to stay quiet and all of that, and he's saying he's innocent, his words, of any claims, and he has his proof in time putting it all together. Okay, good. So, but yeah, I was saying it's not good to talk about any of this because at that time, you know, when both teenagers who have come forward about him have also admitted that they're lying about their connection to him as well, then that gives credence for any person to have doubt or to question what is the truth then, because you just said one thing, now you're saying another, then you're admitting that you lied about who you told what. So at that point, I was still processing what happened and trying to figure out, like, what is the truth. And then the more I found out from the second person, where both stories really aligned, but the second person had details that the first person didn't make public, that I would be aware of the way he speaks to people based on how he texted me. So I believed her too. Like, I just ended up believing it. But at first I was questioning it. I was very concerned. I didn't think, you know, at first I was giving some room because he was swearing up and down, you know, that he was telling the truth. However, he doesn't show any evidence ever about any of this, mind you. And if it actually is an issue up for investigation, they should not be continuing to do these live streams about it, even on my commentary on it. If there's an actual investigation into the matter and you're actually going to court, you need to stay away from discussing it. But they're continuing to do live streams about this, which leads me to believe that they did not speak to an attorney, because if they had, an attorney would have already said, shut the fuck up. But anyway, and he was saying his lips are sealed publicly, but we all know he hasn't shut up about it because we've been watching the 3-part live stream he did on us, where, you know, he's trying to act like that's not what it's about, but it is what it's about, because it's the issue we had with him where it all exploded. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I said here, that, you know, the text showed what you said, because what he said is different than what the victims say. So I'm telling him if what you're saying is the truth, then it will work out in your favor. You've got nothing to worry about. But if what they're saying is true, it's not going to look good for you. And you admitted to part of what they said being true. It's kind of where I was going, you know. And I was telling him, you know, like when it came to the part about moving there, he admitted that happened in a phone call. And then Abuela tried to gaslight me on that and claim that that conversation never happened. And so, and that is covered in the Mono backtracks, and LA Goth Abuela, aka Echo Park Lady, helped cover up what happened. And also, most of my videos, again, I'm saying the word mono wrong because I didn't know how to say mono, so sorry guys. And I think I might still be saying it wrong, but I think it's closer to right. But I was corrected on how to say it. I think I'm saying it right now, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, so I've been saying mono wrong in most of those videos, but it's too late. They're already recorded. Okay, so I'm going to just get back here, I think. Oh yeah, you know what? No, we were on these screenshots real quick. Let me wrap up to where Isla left, and then we're going back. Apologies. So we're almost there to Isla. This is the context of Isla leaving. Isla was still in for these conversations. She just wasn't replying, but because she was too upset to properly respond, and she didn't reply, but she saw this part before she left. If she read it, she was still in there before she left. If she read it, but yeah. So then I was saying in terms of what to expect, you know, just listen to your attorney. Let your attorney tell you what to say. And I would have said the same to that other chick, but I didn't even bother reaching out to her because I don't think it's my place to be talking to a teenager in that way that I don't even fucking know. She's already got too many adults in her head trying to tell her what's what, and the specific adults in her head include someone who I believe has committed fraud and theft and things of that nature, who definitely, I believe, may have potentially end up putting bad words into her head about me if I come forward, because she's going to go to that bitch that she knows more first, I think. So, you know, I didn't even bother reaching out to her because I just felt like things of that nature would just not make it appropriate. So basically, right here, they were saying that he stopped talking to her when it comes to the teenager, the 16-year-old that was 16 but is actually 18 now, but he claims he thought she was 16. So he's admitting that they were talking. He's saying I stopped talking to her. So he goes back and forth between denying and admitting if that happened, in my opinion. And so yeah. And I feel like he often looks to KB for validation. Here he tags KB asking for validation. And then he says we lost Isla's support whenever Isla left. And then when he said we lost Isla's support, he originally was saying that this is what they wanted to cause division and separation. He really wanted Isla away from us. So now it feels like you're changing the narrative, right? Because previously all of y'all were saying it was Don Chuy's fault that Isla left. Now you're claiming she left because she was jealous. Which is it then? You know what I'm saying? Stay consistent. If she was actually jealous, wouldn't y'all have been talking about that then? Or, you know, or are you just trying to change your mind about what happened? Now, and this is shortly after this phone call and everything, and I asked in this phone call, point blank period, you know, like, were you ever in a relationship with a teenager? And he was basically trying to Bill Clinton it and be like, I did not have sexual relations with that teenager. And yeah, you know, so now we're here now. So it was relevant. Thank you for staying with me for this. Let's get back here. Apologies. Sorry, I didn't turn on the captioner thingy. Let me turn that thing on.
Because anytime that dead child pops up, Isla's right there supporting her 1,000%.
First of all, it's deaf child, not dead child. Get it fucking straight, bitch. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Anyway, staying alive, staying alive.
Percent.
But they're on the panel with legal.
Right.
Okay, I don't know what the still did until I started covering and finding this material, you know what I'm saying? And so what I think is interesting, and this is the same problem, I'm gonna fucking bring it back up again, might as well, they already don't like me. This is the same problem that I had with Nahimana. Like, when it comes to, you don't just tell me what the fuck your issue is with me. Instead, you act like I should have known better for shit I was never made aware of. Meanwhile, gaslighting me when I'm trying to show you the proof of shit I have. You know what I mean? In my opinion, is how I feel. But I feel like if they had just instead, whenever I was saying, speaking out, like, I do not like teenagers, if they were instead being like, oh, these are other people talking to teenagers, then I'd be like, this is great to know. Let me call that out too. Let me address that. Let's find the evidence, etc. So I've seen in the material we covered today, people accuse legal LLC. Wait, I think I said that wrong. I think it's legal CC, and I keep saying LLC because I don't know what's wrong with me. But anyway, legal CC. People keep accusing her of being like 50 or so years old. I don't know how old she is, and with someone in their 20s. I don't know how old her partner is, or if she's with somebody in their 20s or not. But if that is true, then I'm against that as well. Like, I just think that's inappropriate power dynamics and that age range. And so, you know, but for me, it's like I've said before, I understand questioning if something happened or not when there's nothing, no witness that came forward or no evidence been made before, right? Versus when something is in front of you and you're trying to minimize or act like it's okay. So if they're really so against legal CC being with a 21-year-old, then why would they not be calling out Andrew Moreno for what he said about 19-year-olds? Even if he's decided that he's not actually with any teenager, no one can deny the messages that he sent to Isla about the concept of being with teenagers. And so when you address that, you know what I'm saying? So let's get back into those. When he talks about, first of all, he kept calling me like nude at 19, and I was not nude at 19, and things of that nature. And then he was gaslighting Isla about if I was SA'd and shit, basically claiming that I was nude at 19, so therefore I wasn't an SA victim. Meanwhile, he, in my opinion, is just extreme. And then he's starting to say 19 is legal age to date who you want, kind of excusing it, normalizing it, minimalizing it, and being extremely problematic. And then saying it's morally, and when Isla said it's morally and ethically wrong to be dating someone that young, Mono replied, by whose standards, the white man? And was then calling Isla a white pretendian and things like that. I'm just putting it out there. Isla never made a fake tribal ID card. But did Mono? I said it wrong. Sorry, y'all. Hey, Andrew Moreno? Did he do that? Just quite curious. Yeah. Anyway, so I just find all of that quite interesting, quite contradictory. I don't know how y'all feel. All of that's been covered in my previous material.
Right. They're on a panel with legal, and legal is 55.
Oh yeah, but anyway, if that's true, legal, I think that's concerning. But yeah, also, like, when you're on a panel, they're mad that we're on a panel with legal, but they're upset when we call them out when they try to come in the same panels as us. Make that make sense.
With a 21-year-old today, but she was 53 with a 19-year-old.
If anyone has any evidence of this, will y'all send it to me, please? If anyone's got any evidence of this statement, and I'll cover that shit too. If anyone can show me the evidence, fuck.
You know what I mean? But they're not saying nothing that she's out there.
You can't say nothing about something you don't know, and you guys aren't calling that shit out. If it's such an actual problem as we think it is, and you think it is too, then why aren't you also calling it out, right? So we can be aware. So, because I didn't know that.
You know, saying how bad of a person I am, when I'm not even with nobody. They're saying that I was with this 19-year-old.
So, and again, mind you guys, the 19-year-old right here was basically saying they were going to deny that they were in a relationship together, but they were indeed in a relationship together. So I'm just putting that out there. So this isn't something that we just fabricated, as they say. This is something that we were told directly. So I just want to be made aware. And I feel like okay, I remember in one of my live streams, I was talking about how, look right here, Mono is validating cyber as a good source. I remember saying that. Right here. So, hold on. So notice right now, Mono is validating cyber cheese as a valid source. Okay? I just want to put that out there right now. God damn it. Or no, I think I skipped back. Okay, I'm gonna try right here.
To God truth, I didn't want to be with her. You can ask Cyber Cheese. I talked to Cyber Cheese about it. I showed her all the missed calls. She once called me like.
So right here, Andrew Moreno is validating Cyber Cheese as a source on what is happening to him. So right there, he's validating her as a source. So right here, the person that Mono has validated on a source is now telling us that they are in a relationship together. Okay? Alright? Okie dokie? Right here. So, right there they said that they were going to say no unless she told him it was okay. Because Isla had confronted her and said, Mono had told her that you said that you never told us that you were in a relationship with him. I've not come forward with screenshots. Oh, Isla just got bingo. Oh, are you playing a separate time? That is hilarious. You got bingo twice. Maybe I should have played another game. Oops, the wrong button. But yeah, so y'all can see right here, you know, so we just looked at how Mono validated cyber as a source. You wanted us to take her word for it before, so here we are taking her word for it. And she's telling us that they were in a relationship together. And she was also telling us that he lied to her about how old he was. Let's get that clarity. So, Andrew Moreno himself said that this was a valid source, if I'm not mistaken. Where did the captioner thing go? Oh, god damn it. I think I dragged that out of the way. That's unfortunate for me.
That goes by cheese.
So, yeah, right there, that person. And this is the same person who, mind you, in this video, Andrew Moreno doubles down talking to teenagers. I showed you guys where he called her Caramel Queen, and he says, yeah, just you, my baby, to her, something like that. And they were calling her his girlfriend as well, like, or his wifey and things of that nature in this live stream, if I'm not mistaken. And there's been a lot of people going around, you know, saying that they're together, on top of the fact that we covered how he did make those posts. I think it was It's Auntie season 1. And mind you, let's also review. So while he degrades me for expressing myself sexually previously on my Instagram, he is also posting pictures sexualizing Indigenous women as well, in my opinion. So this comes from his TikTok. Basically, it's got like, you know, an indigenous woman silhouette outline, two feathers, and she has a curvy figure. I was thinking of both and combined it. And it says, "There's an indigenous. It's auntie season. I welcome all the love." And so yeah, that's on there. And then here is where we also first covered the post that he had shared between him and Cybercheese. And I think even if you're not actually together, like, these types of posts are extremely problematic, in my opinion. So I'm just putting that out there. That's just me. I just feel like the way he communicates with teenagers, it shouldn't be, it's inappropriate. Where the fuck were we? So yeah. Let's go.
I'm not with the girl. I'm not with the girl. I'm not with anybody. So why am I being crucified saying that I'm talking to a 19-year-old? By the way, that's legal anyway. If I were to, it would be really nobody's business. But I'm not.
Right.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
Plus, she steals money from people she meets on TikTok.
Who steals money? Right, Isla saying a 16 and 19-year-old is not an auntie. I agree. But who the fuck steals money from people they meet on TikTok? I've never taken money from people I meet on TikTok, except for one person who I actually did marketing services for. I made videos and everything. That's not stealing money. I can prove all the work I did. But yeah, like, what? Who the fuck? What the fuck? I've never done no GoFundMe type bullshit. I've never asked people for money. Like, you know what I mean? If you want to hire me, that's different. But whatever. But what the fuck you mean steal money from people on TikTok? I've never done that. You've never done that, Isla. They were talking about us two. So what the? And then they were talking about the concept of being with a teenager. So are they accusing the teenagers of that? Are they accusing you or I of that? I think that's real fucked up. They're really upset at us for making commentary about predatorship of what we have proof of there being, but they're accusing us of stealing, or accusing people of stealing without proof. They're making a lot of allegations with no fucking proof. And it's one thing to have an opinion on someone, to be like, look, I think Lexi's a fucking bitch and fuck her and everything about her. Lexi's a fucking cunt and fuck the people who support her. That's fucking one thing to post, you know what I mean? Because you can have opinions about me, you can think I'm wrong, you can think whatever you want to think about the way I express myself, and even if I don't like what you are saying, you have the right to go say that in your own fucking space, right? Versus, and you have the right to publish that and tell others, you know? But you don't have the right to sit there and say X, Y, or Z stole something. Like, what the fuck did we steal? Because those are things that hinder our livelihood, our job opportunities, etc. And like, that's why every claim I've made about the concept of why I believe talking to a teenager is being a predator, and why I believe there is evidence to support that Andrew Moreno, who goes by Mono, has been talking to teenagers. Like, I feel like when you look at those two things, you know, we've seen the video from Teenager 1, we've seen the Snapchat messages from Teenager 2. Isla wants to know, can we make a bingo card on Andrew's tribal ID? Okay, yes, we're gonna have to do that. I will do that next time. Or I can take the time to do it in this stream, but that'll make this stream even longer, man. Fucking, we're about to finish this fucking video, fuck it. But yeah, like, I don't even know what the fuck I was saying. Fuck, it's gone. Basically, I was just saying, like, when you look at the evidence that there is out there, like, I feel like there's enough evidence for people to have reason to believe that he was talking to inappropriately with teenagers, in my opinion. Let's wrap that up. Let's finish the video. We're getting back there.
Their protest just looks crazy.
Look, everybody knows, sisters, you guys witnessed it. KB, you talked to Isla. Isla wanted a relationship with me.
I don't believe that's true. And in my opinion, KB even admitted that Isla never said that, in my opinion, based on the messages we looked at. And KB even admitted that it was she who felt that way, not Isla. I'm just saying, in my opinion. And in my opinion, KB also tried to act like she didn't say that at first. In my opinion, potentially. If that's, you know, if I read all that right. So I think that's real fucking hilarious. Yeah. And we've already shown you guys the timeline of when Isla left and how that doesn't match up with what they were saying and how they said one thing before, but now they're saying another. Okay. I know one thing, you know, I've shown you guys my stories, like, where I'm telling you guys how I perceive things. You may not like what I say, but I'm saying the same things now that I said 2-3 years ago. When I told you guys what I had said and I pulled up the evidence from 2023, it matches. You know what I'm saying? Versus them, their story changes just between December 2025 and January 2026. Like, they can't go 1 month without saying something entirely different. We just reviewed the entire conversation in Snapchat. Well, not this is Cyber Cheese, but we reviewed a second ago the entire conversation in Snapchat where Isla had left. Oh, that's over here. You know what I'm saying? And so they were saying something completely different December 2025. And so notice how their story changes in that regard. But yeah, so if Isla left because she actually had feelings for you, then how would she have left because they were trying to cause division? Make that make fucking sense. Y'all are just changing your fucking minds about what happened, in my opinion.
I turned her down, and this is why she's doing this. KB, you have...
I don't believe that would make sense. I don't believe that Isla was ever interested in him. And also, Isla was with her boyfriend for about a month prior to this situation even happening. So that makes no fucking sense. And it does not align with the conversation that took place here, in my opinion.
Had this talk with Isla, did you not?
Yeah, my feeling for her, what I got from her is she developed very strong feelings and she was not picked. She was not chosen.
Mind you guys, like, let's go back here to, you know, KB wanted to act like right here. Why did that equal you fabricating a story in regards to our phone call? That is what Isla asked KB. And she was referring to this live stream. That's what they're talking about, where they say, call it my protest. See, that's what I guess they're calling these videos. And then, and I already did a reading on this last night, so I'm not rereading everything again. I'm just showing you guys what doesn't make sense. And then after that, KB said, I never said that. I would not stand by anything that is not correct. I don't know if that's what is being replied to, but if that is what's being replied to, you can see why I'm so confused here. And then Isla said again, and you still have not answered why the hell you would make it up. I told you I was in love with him. And then, oh god damn it, I didn't mean to click away. I was trying to click the button. And I don't claim to currently be 28. I claim to currently be 32. I think she couldn't fucking read from my I posted on my birthday when I was 28 publicly, and I think she can't fucking read what the date was or didn't pay attention to the date of that post is maybe what she's referring to. Otherwise, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Me claiming to currently be 28. That's not the fucking case. Never has been. I'm fucking 32. I even posted on my 30th birthday as well. Like the fuck. And anyway, okay, so back to shit. I was just there. It was gonna be the next slide. And I accidentally clicked away, so that's real annoying. I'm gonna just turn off this captioner thing, because it will stay like where it was until you turn it off. Right here, she's saying, no, you did not say you were in love. I'm sorry if that's how it sounded. I felt your feelings were involved. The fuck are you talking about? Because that doesn't make sense. Because you felt what? But here, Mono and Fleurette, they're like, oh, we lost Isla support, and Mono's sitting there like, oh, Don Chuy wanted Isla away from us. So that, like, what? That makes no sense. Why isn't your story consistent, Andrew? Just wanting to know. Okay.
She has a problem that it was a black woman. She has a problem that, she compared.
Okay, no. What we're not gonna do, you guys are the one up here allowing people to, you're calling Cyber Cheese Caramel Queen. Someone was calling her dollar store cheese, and they were referring to her as Modi cheese. That's fucking racism, but you're gonna act like, what? What are you fucking talking about? Isla never had a fucking problem with the fact that Cyber Cheese was black. Isla was never jealous of Cyber Cheese, never wanted to be with Muno, none of that. So let's replay these fucking clips.
Moldy cheese, what's up, sis? Yeah, okay. Come. I dropped it. Excuse me, dollar store cheese. I'm not for the streets. Mono is, but I'm not. I'm a lady. Wave.
Huh? She's not.
Moldy cheese, he's lying out here. He's breaking my heart. He's lying like he doesn't know my toes. See how he's quiet because he's reminiscing that night. Yeah, I can see it in him. Have him. Listen, Moldy cheese, I'm trying, and this man is like being for the streets right now. This man literally gave me my toes in these pictures. Like, but you've been new.
So, back to you, my caramel. How are you, Cyber Cheese? Where'd you go?
Bye-bye, rotten caramel.
No, my caramel queen's up there. Yes, just you, baby. Hello.
But they don't think any of that's racist. Let's address that. Let's address the racism of calling a black teenager rotten caramel, moldy cheese, dollar store cheese. Got it. Okay. Isn't that interesting? All right. I can show proof of that. And also, hold on. I was sent something. I was going to, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna do another live stream on this. Never mind. Yeah, on the racism part. Yeah, because no fucking way. Hold on.
Compares herself, her body to this girl, and there's nothing there. You guys, listen. If you cannot come into a group and deal with friendships and relationships and where it goes, you guys, you cannot do this. Okay, you cannot do this global app.
You gotta grow up.
You have to be an adult on how to take shit. That's what I'm saying. If a 40-year-old, I'm 50 years old, if a 30-year-old, 40-year-old can fucking get wrapped up in shit, that's what I was saying. I was finishing it with like Manny. I know he can rap to a bitch, okay? He will rap in your fucking ear. But us.
Damn it, I just realized I was fucking muted. Fuck. Ah, shit. Well, all I said was, fucking, that was all 3 of those live streams. And this is already a 4-hour live stream. Yeah, my bad. Isla just pointed out I was muted. Thank you, Isla. I appreciate you. Because what if I hadn't noticed, that has happened before. I didn't notice, and then those thoughts are gone. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff on here. And based on what certain posts that were made, you can see why I think it may be a certain person that made this, but I don't know who it is. Like, I've actually never spoken to, well, I guess they commented in my chat today that it was them. But besides all of that, I've never spoken to this person, and you know what I mean? So, I don't know if, for sure if it's the person I think it is, but yeah, I will say, you know, I haven't looked at the evidence for claims made against this person, but if any of those claims are true, I do understand why people don't like him if it's the person I think it is. But either way, regardless of that, I appreciate the uploading of that evidence because, you know, that was helpful for me. And so yeah, we got that from Just Nobody 1996 on TikTok. Go follow them to see more of the evidence if you would like, or check in on their videos, even if you don't want to follow them maybe. And it's Nobody is there. I don't know the difference, which one's the username, which one's the handle or whatever, but let's just say that Nobody is the username and Just Nobody 1996 is the handle for where I got that shit from. And also I want to say thank you to Midwest 1993 for streaming my shit. And I want to thank Isla Picante and Lil Luna for showing up and shit, as well as Augusto for being here. I think Augusto was here earlier. Yeah. And whoever the fuck that was with Nahimana, thank you guys too, I guess, for watching my shit. I don't know. Fucking, yeah, because apparently you were watching it if you have a problem with it. But honestly, even if you have a problem with it, I think you should at least rewatch what I'm saying again and just reflect on it, marinate on it, and at least see why I feel or think the way I feel and think. Like, and if you ever want to talk to me about this in a way that is actually like giving each other respect, I would love to have that conversation also if you were interested, but I won't be treated a certain way because I've actually done my best to treat you with respect along the way. So I'm just putting that out there. But yeah, like, so in a nutshell, today what we did was we used this Nobody channel to go through a few of the live streams that were posted where Andrew, Abuela, KB, and Fleurette are seen on these 3 panels that we looked at. And for the most of the part, though, I think it's just Abuela and Andrew Moreno or KB speaking, if I'm not mistaken, though. But for part of it, I did see Fleurette on that panel, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. So, we went over all of that. We readdressed some of the relevant screenshots. It did take me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail with some pauses because I don't have my screenshots properly organized and I couldn't find some of them that I had previously shown, so I had to go back and look for them. So apologies for those delays, but whatever, we're here now. Thank you for joining me. So we kind of basically, we didn't do like a full recap of everything I've covered, but we kind of partially recapped some of the things that I covered before as we watched new material and responded to new live streams where those people that I mentioned, Andrew Moreno, Goth Abuela, Echo Park Lady, KB, were mostly the ones speaking. Fleurette was up in the panel for part of that, but I don't think she even fucking said shit that was on the recording that I noticed. But I think it was like mostly KB and Abuela and Andrew Moreno that I have a problem with. So in this situation with these comments here, what we did was we played those clips and I showed you guys every step of the way what evidence I have that refutes what they said. We also played bingo. I only did 1 round. Maybe I should have done more than 1 round because I have more than 1 card. But I played bingo, and the order of people who won, if I'm not mistaken, was Salish won first, then Threeware, then Isla, and then I won. And so Midwest was also playing too, but I didn't see when he won. But you know, we all played bingo. That was nice. Fucking, we're gonna do another bingo game about the tribal card, I think. And then before that, we had gone through my comments on my YouTube channel. Oh yeah, we did something in between. Oh, we rewatched the newest, not rewatched, well, I rewatched it because I had seen it before. But Toxic TikTok Unveiled had posted, or is it Toxic TikTok Trends? One of the two posted another clip from Don Chuy's live streams with Tiana and all of them. And so we watched that as well. I think that was on the Toxic Trends on TikTok. Yeah. So they posted that last night, and so it's called When Justice Becomes an Excuse. Adults, teens, and the dark side of TikTok. That video, we rewatched that today. Fucking did some commentary on that. Then we did reaction to some of the comments that were previously left on my but why am I not processing anymore? I'm sorry, my brain is going down. Anyway, we responded to comments on my channel and also addressed some comments in my live stream chat, including some of the commentary related to the whole Nahimana situation and all of that. And in that situation, I had pulled up a receipt on Facebook or whatever just to show you guys like what I had said about her, but I could not make that large in the moment. And so then I thought I uploaded it to my Google Drive to show you guys, but now I don't see it. Oh, found it. Okay. Actually, no, that's not the right screenshot. Apologies. I was gonna pull up a screenshot to make it bigger. I wonder if it's in my Google Photos, if I can pull it up here. I have way too many screenshots saved. Whatever, I guess it doesn't fucking matter, or does it? Oh. Yes, here it is. So, this is from December 2023. And so, this was a message to Flying Arrow, and they're mad that I brought them up, but they can suck my dick because I don't like the way they speak to me. So, anyway, I was still fucking defending them, even though I don't like them. And, so Nahimana was denying that I ever defended her. I was showing proof that I actually did. This is from December 2023. I showed you guys the text messages where I discussed how she was one of the ones who blocked me, and that text message was from November 2023. So yeah, so I had pulled this up, and that's already addressed. I'm not going to go through all that again, but I'm just saying I'm pulling this back up because when I had pulled it up the first time, you couldn't fucking see it, I think, as well, because I had just slapped it into my Facebook messages. And so I was just showing it up where I could zoom into it. And it's not to keep dragging things through. Literally the only reason that got addressed was because of the comments that were made in my live stream chat. I was trying to just, like, my plan of the attack for this live stream was going to be addressing new comments on my YouTube, which I did, the new video reaction, and going through the new live stream clips. I had no plans to bring all that up again, but she was commenting in my my chat, and I did respond to those comments, and then she got mad at me for responding to her comments, and I'm like, look, bitch, if you don't want to actually talk to me, don't comment then. You know, that's kind of how I feel, and I feel like, yeah, that's just where I'm at with that now. Anyway, so that's the thing. Don't, you know what I mean? I don't think that it's appropriate when someone is speaking on what someone has said about certain things and what has been done to go say that they're just clout chasing for speaking their opinion about specific words that they can prove or said, whether it be a recording or a screenshot. I feel like what that is dismissive And I just don't agree with that narrative at all. And matter of fact, in these cases, I don't understand the whole concept of, oh, if you speak out, you're clout chasing, because in no situation is it easy to speak out. Oh, Kris is here. Hi, Kris. Thank you for joining me. I was just about to wrap up because I feel like I've been speaking too long. I need to make you guys some moderators and shit. So I'm definitely adding Isla as a moderator, and that's okay. I'm just gonna make you one. Fuck it. Yeah, because so that way in the future, what I'm gonna do is just be adding moderators if y'all don't mind. So that way, if you feel like I'm getting too detracted by the chat, you can control what is in the chat for me, so that way I don't get distracted by them. Fuck it. But yeah, I have no plans to bring any of that up again. You know, if anybody comments to me about it, then I will address those comments, and you know what I mean? But besides that, my plan is to currently just address other things that are said in order just to show what I have evidence for. Manny did request that I do a reaction to him, so I plan on doing that. And I would rather not be talking about Andrew Moreno anymore, but if he continues to say things about me, you know, particularly things that there's no evidence of, and if he's, you know, spreading misinformation about Isla this way, when I can prove that's not how it went down, then I'm definitely going to be showing the evidence that I do have. So yeah, thank you so much for joining me today. I know today was a really fucking long live stream. We've been here like 4 hours, but I'm gonna try to timestamp it. Last time I was able to do it the same night, so I'll try to timestamp it up tonight if I can, if it processes. And I'm gonna go eat. I think I'm gonna just do some ramen noodles because it's quick. What are you guys eating? Are y'all eating? Make sure you eat. Make sure you drink. I'm gonna timestamp this shit. And my next live stream, I'll try to be more prepared. I want to make a list also of people that were alleged to be in the group chats where certain pictures were alleged to have gone around, because that didn't happen what I saw. So if that was if I can find evidence on that, and I'm gonna put together something on that if I can, with some of the people who are making statements about that and some of the evidence that has come out. That's what I do plan on doing. That and covering Manny because he asked for it. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Before I go, does anybody want to see anything? Is there anything you want me to pull up evidence-wise before I end this bitch? I know Isla has a request that I do a bingo card for the tribal ID, so I will do that. If y'all have any evidence requests or any bingo requests or something like that, we can make that happen for you. And thank you for playing bingo with me tonight. So yeah. Alright, well, if I see any comments or anything like that, any requests in the chat, I will follow up later. I'm going to end this bitch. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoy your dinner and shit. And yeah, bye.
Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeafchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.